Good morning, dear audience. Welcome to the Green Governance Day 2023 at the nearly finished year of Tallinn being Europe's green capital. And this day has been a wish by the City of Tallinn to be a performance of several projects where Tallinn is a partner financed by the Interreg program. And these projects I would like to name to you so that you always remember these are the super projects of the Baltic Sea region. It's the Non-Has City project dealing with a sustainable construction, tox-free, circular and climate neutral. It's the Chem-Clim Circle project making procurement approach integrated to make it more sustainable, more circular, more climate neutral and tox-free, and the Baltiplast project, a project that develops strategies and measures for municipalities to reduce single-use plastic. This is, of course, a very well-known topic, and we all think it's very simple to do, but for municipalities, it's not so simple, as many of you know. So in the frame of these projects, I am very honored to have prepared with a fantastic team of City Tallinn, of BEF Estonia, Baltic Environment Forum Estonia, and the city, the Tallinn Central Management Office, this fantastic event. My name is Heidrun Famler from the Baltic Environmental Forum Germany, and I will be your moderator here today. And moderators do not have much to say at the beginning, that's why I will be very short. And moderators have two tasks: to introduce speakers and to give them candies. So this will be my most important task here on the stage today. For the welcoming speech, I am very, very pleased to invite to you Tiit Terik. He is one of the 6 deputy mayors of Tallinn. And the mayor who was supposed to be here is like me, he lost the voice, but women are stronger, so he is in bed and I am here. And you, Tiit, have the honor to replace him for the greetings of the day. Tiit Terik, deputy mayor of Tallinn.
Welcome to everybody, and welcome to Tallinn. Some of you arrived a bit earlier, some of you just arrived yesterday evening, and the only thing maybe you saw from Tallinn is a green sword in this area, but it's always good to meet people from all around the world to have a chat and to discuss also the green topics, as I had a chance also with Jens and Victoria in this morning for a few minutes. So, as you heard, Tallinn is a green capital for Europe for this year, and it is a journey we have been on for quite many years. We have tried to gain the title, and now we have it, and it's not the end of the path. It's we're just in the beginning, and when it comes to green issues and also driving changes, it's a journey. We are on the journey, and when it comes to Estonia, and you are saying that you are from Estonia in somewhere in the world, people say, okay, you are doing quite well in digital issues. And in Tallinn we have an ambition when we are traveling and saying we are from Tallinn, we are really hoping that someday people say, okay, you are good in those green issues. So that's an ambition. If we are talking about the role of city, for example, the public sector, our vision is to provide a platform for science, for tech companies, for entrepreneurs, for investors, and also today's event here is a one way and one possibility to meet, to change some views and compare yourself. Are we doing good in this area, or we have something to show to the others? When it comes to, for example, sustainable issues and topics, SDGs, for example, they can be planned on the political level, on UN level, or states or governments, whatever. But when it comes to reaching the goals, we are at the municipal and local level. So when we are talking about those procurement, for example, the local impact is a really significant role we have here. So for today, you have very good speakers. I saw the list. I really do hope that you can get an inspiration from here. You can have some good ideas, and we are on this journey all together, because SDGs cannot be reached only if we are good in Stockholm or in Germany or in Tallinn. On this journey we are all together, and that's also the one reason that people want to be recognized, and they are happy if someone says that you are doing great in that area. So that's also today's one key point. None has Cities Award, which my colleague has an opportunity to talk more about. It's around the noon, so you have two deputy mayors for today with you, and I really do hope that the Baltic region and non-has cities is also an important topic today. Once again, very warm welcome to you, although the weather is quite grey. Tallinn in our mindset is green, and not only in the political way, but also when it comes to the issues of green tech and green capital. So I really hope that you have also the chance to see our beautiful city and take some time to look around, not only in these premises, but also the old town, which is a few hundred meters that direction. Thank you, and have a great day in Tallinn. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tiit, and we will do everything to help you that Estonia and Tallinn is not only known for its digital competencies, but also for its green competencies. And I have noticed it meets you already at the airport of Tallinn. There is a huge illuminated sign that please drink the tap water to save the environment. This I liked very, very much. I think that's something. I'm from Hamburg, so I think Hamburg Airport can learn something from you there. Okay, so now we will start with our presentations from the speakers. You have seen the list of speakers. I have seen their presentations, and they are as good as the list. But before we start to go into the cases from the countries, I would like to ask my colleague Evelyn Pirsalo from Stockholm Environment Institute Tallinn branch to give us a kind of frame for the event here today. Green public procurement, it's a great policy instrument for achieving green governance. These are so fantastic terms, but maybe we should fill them with a few more words. Evelyn.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Wow, it's really amazing. So many people here. It really shows that this is important topic and important event here. I am, like Heidrun said, I am Evelin Piirsalu from Stockholm Environment Institute, Tallinn Center, and I've been working with green public procurement for almost 15 years, since it came into EU agenda. So I'm glad to open this and set the scene today for the following presentations and discussions. Feel a little bit small behind here.
Oh, you can come to the front. You can dance.
Yeah. So, I have this. It works. Oh, yeah, it's here too. Oh,
Here, yes. In the middle.
Great! All the technical possibilities here. Yeah, we are the digital country. I will start. A little reminder of the topics that are important and where the sustainability challenges that we are facing today. It's nothing new, I'm sure, but considering everything that's happening around us, a little reminder is needed. And then I will go through talking more about how these challenges can be tackled with green governance and green public procurement, and how the green public procurement can be enhanced and supported more. So despite of the recognition of human impact on the environment, which has been already more than 50 years, there are still these problems. We are still very severely seeing every year the impacts of climate change and global warming everywhere in the world, but also in Europe and here in the Baltic Sea region. We have problems with energy supply, water scarcity, and biodiversity loss. We don't even completely understand actually what the biodiversity loss can bring along. But still, the forests are cut down, and pollution is still a pretty big problem. But of course, this is not something that has been. It's been addressed a lot here, at least here in Europe. I mean, all the countries in Europe have endorsed the UN sustainability goals and endorsed the 2030 agenda. We have a Green Deal, the cornerstone of European sustainability policy. There's EU Circular Action Plan to foster the circular economy. There's a European climate law that targets to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions 55% by 2030. There's chemical strategy for sustainability that aims better protecting citizens and environment for harmful chemicals and boosting innovation by promoting the use of safer and more sustainable chemicals. And there's also Zero Pollution Action Plan that aims to strengthen the EU leadership in transitioning to green, digital, and circular economy while creating the pathway towards healthy planet for all. So to tackle all these challenges and achieve the political goals and implement the policies, the cities play a crucial role. It was already mentioned by Mr. Terik before that cities have a very important role there, and it's already OECD has recognized that over 60% of 2030 agenda and sustainability development goals can only be targeted if proper engagement and coordination with local and regional governments. And also various international and national strategies and policies can only be implemented really if local governments are on board. and the policies are also urging the local governments to set their own ambitious goals to move forward. And also 75% of people in Europe live in urban areas and in cities. And cities' ecological footprint actually is, expands way behind or way beyond the physical boundaries of the cities themselves. So urban transformations are considered a prime focus for sustainability. However, the SDG index for European cities shows that no European capital or large metropolitan area has fully received the SDGs yet. And not even in Nordic countries who we consider the more ahead of other countries in Europe, not even there. And they have actually set the goals way before even the UN SDG goals were adopted. So there's a clear lack between that. It's not the lack of goals, but there's a lack of implementation. So there's an execution gap between what we have stated, what we want to do, and the actions that we are actually taking. The good governance in cities has been to provide the good services of the citizens, this is not enough anymore to go further with the current practices and governance frameworks. This is where the green governance now comes into play. And especially when we talk about sustainability issues, which are sort of the complex problems and also called as wicked problems, which means that they are not easy to fix, they're changing all the time, and there's not one concrete solution for these problems. But the green governance is the way cities can contribute to achieving sustainability goals and reaching sustainable future. And there can be say that there are 4 pillars of green governance. There's this overarching policy development pillar, which means that it sets like where the city wants to go and how it wants to get there. It means setting sustainability goals and visions, integrating SDGs into its strategies, implementing or planning the actions. But it also means the impact assessment and monitoring of how these actions have taken us closer to the goals. Now, the organizational development, organizational sphere, that refers to the city itself as an organization and how what is the city role in reaching these goals and how do they do things to reach the goals that they have set. So it means the development of culture and values, human resources, tools, regulatory frameworks, but also internal and external communication. And it also means fostering knowledge change and building the capacity to strive sustainability goals in integrated manner and systematical way throughout the organization. The multi-level governance refers to mechanisms that help the collaboration between different governance levels, from local to regional, national and EU level. It means the capacity to engage in multi-level policy dialogue and leveraging on city networks to enhance visibility and city diplomacy. And finally, the multi-actor governance refers to those who create the city, what is their role and how do they work together. City government has a central role of managing the city, but the city itself is created by multitude of stakeholders, from local single person to large, maybe multinational organizations. Yeah. Yeah, so the cross-sector, it's important for the co-creation processes and the cross-sector collaboration. Now, the green public procurement as such is something that the city, it refers to the organizational sphere of the green governance. It means how the city is purchasing its goods and products, and it's important that these are being done in an environmental friendly way. But these, there can be environmental criteria such as circular criteria or low carbon criteria, but also a bit wider to include also maybe social criteria to have sustainable public procurement. Yeah. Now, when we come back to green governance, then GPP is a strong part of the green governance. It's a part of how city does things and how city can support achieving its goals. Cities, the way they are purchasing the products and services can set an example for the private sector. So the cities can act as role models in the city. And it's also an important player in the market, so it can influence the market by procuring innovative products and services. It can also signal the market to provide new products and services for the other citizens. But often the GPP is done on just as a single, integrated, just one single or criteria in the procurement, or single goals, for example, just going to for including circular criteria or low carbon criteria. But it's important that all these aspects are also integrated, and avoiding negative impact on health through hazardous substances in goods and services has received much less attention in procurement. So new approaches is needed to integrate all these aspects. And it's also important that it's not only integrated, but it's integrated systematically throughout the cities. But how to do that? Chem-Clean Circle approach is being developed, but it's not an easy task. Through my work through 15 years, I've seen, done also numerous studies. So there are many barriers actually that procurers face, why the public procurement or green public procurement has not been achieved so widely yet in the cities and countries. And one is the fear of higher price and lack of suppliers. Even though this is really becoming a myth, there are increasingly a high number of sustainable products and services in the market, and the prices are also evening out. Of course, there's capacity problems, that there's lack of knowledge, skills, and experience, but this is more of a chicken and egg problem, because with practice there comes also experience. Of course, there's lack of time and resources also because procurers are often overloaded with work. But I would say that the most biggest problem barrier is the prioritization of green public procurement at the organization and strategical level. Because if it's put a strategic goal that we are striving for sustainability, then this is also integrated or signal to all city officials and procurers to actually then purchase the products that follow that. But to overcome these barriers, then it's really important that there is a strategic level, that there are clear strategies and goals set at the city level, but also then at the organization level for the city as organization itself. And the city also has to then support its officials to follow that. And it's important that it's done in integrated way, because often the work is done in cities in silos, in different departments, which are doing their own work and maybe not so much collaboration, but collaboration is very, very important here. So that it's all achieved. So finally, I would like to say that I can see that GPP is really making comeback. Like I said, I've been working in 15 years, but now it's more in the agenda that I think it has been before. So it's more acknowledged that it can be a powerful tool to support achieving sustainability goals. And there are many good examples here today that we will hear also. But it is important that the cities don't stop with pilots, but they will build this integrated approach, and the GPP has to become a norm, common practice that is done, and so that in the future we don't talk about anymore green public procurement or circular procurement or low carbon procurement. We just talk about public procurement, and it means that the sustainability aspects are already integrated there, and it's common sense to us all. So thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful day.
10 seconds. You know, in this fantastic digital hall, we do not have only the presentation here and all the notes, but we have a huge timer running.
It's a good reminder, yeah.
It's red now. You have 52 seconds still. Thank you very much, Evelyn, for setting the scene. There were some important points in your presentation, and we will come back to them during the whole event and look with the examples and also in the discussion. I think that's the motto of the panel, especially the first panel today: how to make green public procurement the new normal. I think that's what we all strive for. Thank you very much, Evelyn. And now you grilled with me together on the slides, so you may go there. So now I have a virtual speaker. Before I may ask this nice first row to come here under the limelight with me. Stockholm is for us always worth to look a little bit more deeper to innovative thinking. They started very, very early with very good governance tools. And so automatically my first telephone call when I'm making new project ideas is always to Stockholm and say, will you join? What are you doing there? And I always find out that there are many, many good ideas. And together with the Stockholm municipality, and especially with the Chemicals Center in Stockholm municipality, we have developed many, many good ideas to do to integrate this issue of hazards and health and chemicals into the environmental thinking. That's something what Evelyn already said, that in the green governance frame, mainly we talk about climate neutrality, about CO2 emissions. We start talking about circularity, but we want you to talk more about tox-free, about less hazardous substances. And this is for me the lighthouse, the big lighthouse fire, what I would like to put into your hearts, to take it with you and to implement it in all your towns. And before we have the real life speaker, Arne Jämtrot from the Chemicals Office from Stockholm, he has his deputy mayor in the pocket on a video, and I'm very, very glad to introduce to you Åsa Lindhagen, the Deputy Vice Mayor of Stockholm. Where is she?
Dear colleagues, dear representatives from cities across the Baltic Sea region, dear Mayor of the City of Tallinn, hosting this Green Governance panel. My name is Åsa Lindhagen and I'm Stockholm's Vice Mayor for Environment and Climate, and I'm truly honored to address you today from Stockholm. Stockholm is a city that has been pioneering environmental and sustainable initiatives for a long time. We voted our first environmental program in 1976, and in 2010 Stockholm was named the first European green capital, which we are profoundly proud of. Cities have a key position in environmental and climate work, and it is a great joy that Tallinn proves its determination and leadership being this year's European Green Capital, showing us the path towards a sustainable future. Stockholm's environmental program for 2020 to 2023 continues our commitment that started back in 1976 for the environment and the climate, laying the groundwork for a better quality of life for our citizens. It is strictly aligned with the Agenda 2030, the Paris Agreement, and our national environmental goals. In order to address the current climate and environmental crisis and secure good living conditions and welfare for all, we need to have an integrated approach and address these goals simultaneously. Yes, we all reckon how complex and challenging this task of ours is. But I am convinced that we can do it, if we do it together, share knowledge and experiences. Today I want to share with you one of the major strategic tools that we use in Stockholm to achieve our environmental goals. And this is through an integrated approach to sustainable public procurement. In Stockholm, approximately 2/3 of the city's total turnover consists of purchasing expenses for goods, services and contracts. I assume similar figures or magnitudes apply to your cities as well. When we think about public procurement, we often focus solely on carbon dioxide emissions. While of course essential, this is only part of the puzzle. Stockholm has recognized that other factors like chemical safety, waste prevention and a circular economy play an integral role in our path towards sustainability. That is why our public procurement policies have integrated every goal of our environmental program and mandate environmental requirements on various products ranging from our vehicles to food supplies. We've implemented category-based purchasing. This means that we analyze needs, purchasing patterns and market conditions to create efficient, sustainable purchases in each category. We have built up a strong division for environment with a wide range of expertise, which supports the departments with setting relevant procurement requirements. Our Center for Chemical Use, established in 2014, really is a leading star in that matter and advises how to set relevant procurement requirements in this complex field towards a toxin-free Stockholm and ensuring safety at every level of the supply chain in the city. As an illustration of what an integrated approach can look like, I would like to mention the example of the municipal elderly care home, which is called Väderkvarnen. With the support of our Division for Environment and in collaboration with the Royal Institute of Technology, they conducted a project to see how they could reduce their climate and environmental impact with a maintained high quality of welfare. As a result, they could drastically decrease their use of single-use plastics such as gloves, bibs, and protective sheets by choosing reusable alternatives instead. And they stopped using shoe covers and fabric softener. In just a few months, they were able to save tons of natural resources, downsize their amount of waste, they diminished their climate and environmental impact, and they saved several thousands of euros. And both employees and residents reported a higher satisfaction than before the project. A true win-win situation. Knowing that the elderly care homes of the City of Stockholm annually purchase over 23 million disposable plastic items, mostly of fossil origin, weighing around 270 tons at a cost of approximately 1.7 million euros, it is easy to understand that the tremendous potential of such an integrated approach upon upscaling. And I am very proud of the work that has been being done in this project. Now, what does this mean for the rest of the Baltic Sea region? Well, our approach of policy integrated public procurement has led to the ChemClime Circle project. ChemClime Circle is an ambitious Interreg project led by our city, aiming to equip municipalities with the training modules for circular procurement, offering a holistic and integrated model that focuses not just on carbon dioxide emissions, but also on circularity and chemical safety. The key takeaway is that public procurement can be a strategic tool for multi-object sustainability, integrating carbon dioxide reduction, chemical safety, and a circular economy, making sure that these domains don't conflict, but rather complement each other. Before I close, I would like to extend my gratitude to the City of Tallinn for hosting this remarkable green governance panel. It is essential for cities around the Baltic to share best practices for a green transition, and Tallinn's leadership in this regard is admirable. So thank you. From Stockholm, I want to send a message of hope and encourage cities across the Baltic Sea region and globally to adopt a more integrated approach to public procurement to move towards a circular and sustainable future. Together, we can build up cities and societies with no carbon dioxide emissions, a sound and healthy local environment, and a high quality of life. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to further collaboration and knowledge exchange with each of you.
Yes, Åsa Lindhagen has actually said a lot, but you have the chance personally, Arne Jamtrot, the head of the chemical office, to make this a little bit more detailed, more concrete. Politicians can always tell nice words. You are the guys who have to implement it. And Åsa already talked about the ChemClime Circle project, which we developed together. I always call it, it's the project about the and, Chem, Clim, and Circle. And it's very, very dear to our thinking of integration, of looking at several aspects more than to CO2 emission. So Arne, the applause was partly to Åsa, but also partly to you, because I think you were making this nice presentation with her together, and you stand behind this idea. Arne Jamtrot from the Chemicals Office of the Environmental Department of the City of Stockholm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's the... Yeah, but the... Thank you. I need something in my hand as well. Okay, thank you very much for those kind words, and also the words of Åsa Lindhagen were too kind. I have to also point to my colleagues from the Chemical Center and from our newly funded Center for Circularity, who are in the room today. It's mostly thanks to them that we have this work and the project Chemical Circle, and the nice presentation from Åsa Lindhagen. I just get to stand here in the light and listen to your applause. So first of all, I'm going to give you sort of the perspective of the administration to this. You heard the politician and setting it in a political context, but so how is our everyday life? How do we deal with this in practice? And first of all, I would like to start by saying why do we work with green public procurement? I come from the chemicals side of this, the chem in ChemClim circle, and hazardous substances is part of my everyday life, work life as well. And in that sector, we often hear people say, like, shouldn't legislation deal with this? Shouldn't hazardous substances just be prohibited, and we wouldn't have to deal with them in the green public procurement? And yes, of course, it should. But legislation takes so long time. It's from the day when you start to suspect that a substance is hazardous until it is finally regulated and out from the market, it takes decades. And we don't want to wait. We want to get rid of the hazardous substances as soon as we can. And that's why we have to be ahead of legislation. We want to act now to reduce our inhabitants' exposure to the harmful substances. And that's why we say that cities can do more than nations. We can act quicker than the legislation acts. So, in Stockholm, we have developed our strategic documents in a way to sort of speak to each other. To get this integration between the different steering documents. So we have a program for purchasing to the left, and we have the environment program to the right. And they both talk to and about each other. So in the program for purchasing, it says that the goals set by the environmental program should be included in the procurement work of the city. And in the environment program, it points out that procurement is a strategic tool for implementation and for reaching the goals of the environment program, which looks like this. It has long-term goals and intermediary goals. These are saying, where do we want to go? The goals that should be achieved. And then there's, connected to the environment program, we have action plans, for example, the chemicals action plan, and a lot of other action plans specifying what needs to be done to reach the goals. And then, as Åsa Lindhagen also mentioned, the Environment Department gives support and education and guidance to the city entities about how to reach those goals, how to implement what has been included in the action plans. And just like the environment program and the program for purchasing sort of speak to each other, the same can be said about these more action-oriented plans. So we have the different action plans connected to the environment program to the right again, and then there's the implementation guide for the program for purchasing, which is sort of taking it even more down to the practical level. And these also speak about each other. So the implementation guide for the program for purchasing talks about what should be done and by whom. That the environmental requirements should be set and included in the procurement strategy by the procuring unit for each procurement. And all of the action plans speak a lot about how procurement can be used as a tool to reach the different goals of the environment program that they relate to. And just a little bit about our practical experiences with working with this and what is important about this. Just as Åsa Lindhagen mentioned about the project from Homes for Elderly People, we have found out that the different aspects, chemicals, climate, and circularity, very often support each other rather than being in conflict with each other. Of course, there may be situations where you have to sort of choose between having the most climate or the most circular choice or the most non-hazardous choice, the most chemical smart. You can't avoid all the hazardous substances if you want something very or something very climate smart. But more often, just as in the case with the Väderkvarn and Home for Elderly, we can avoid both the hazardous substances and use less resources and be more climate smart by just using less materials. And I want also to stress that this is not only about procurement. Procurement is not only about setting criteria in a procurement documents and contracts. We have to extend that into a dialogue, a continuous dialogue that we use during the whole contract period. We have to have a dialogue with our suppliers to have them make continuous improvements over time. And just as the action plans speak to each other and the strategies speak to each other, we need to speak to each other across our organizations as well, and involve both the procurement staff, the contract manager, the environmental experts, that's us, and the end users. The staff at the Home for the Elderly, they were very much involved from the start. And, of course, the suppliers. We need to talk to them about what alternatives do you have? Do you have alternatives for these single-use consumables? Can we have reusable things instead? Only in that way can we get the procurement to extend from just being a procurement issue to be an integrated supply chain management for sustainability. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Arne. And I propose that you take a seat over there. You give me this magic instrument,
yes,
and you may grill with me now in the beautiful lights of the LED lights of the energy-saving bulbs. At least it's very straight, I can tell you, and I'm sweating. So, Stockholm, the visions, the policy. When we look to visions and policy, or when I look to visions and policy, I look to Stockholm. When I want a real, practical, hands-on example, I look to Helsinki. Finns don't talk much. We know that. But they are excellent in very concrete solutions. And you will not imagine, but they do not only build tox-free, circular, climate-neutral kindergartens, they also exercise the whole procurement process through it. And I would like to introduce to you Katri Kuusinen, from the head of the unit management office of the Helsinki Environmental Services. And she has brought the lighthouse example of the year from Finland, procuring and building a Nordic Swan labeled kindergarten. So all buzzwords, what we need: procure, build, Nordic Swan label, and kindergarten. That's all in half a sentence what we can do. Katri, tell us about this fantastic example, and we want it to become very, very famous and a very good example for everyone. Oh no, yeah, you need this one. And you can dance, you can go here as ever you want, between Arne and me, so we will listen you here.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, so thank you for the City of Tallinn for inviting us. And now I'm going to tell you about this project, as mentioned. First, I will start telling a bit about where I come from. I come from Facilities Service of the Urban Environment Division of the City of Helsinki. And we are responsible for organizing facilities for the city services. So basically, we construct and renovate all the other buildings, expect those that are for housing. And of course, we manage the property as well. We have a little more than 300 people working for us, and we own more than 1,000 properties, and they are together more than 3 million square meters, so that's a lot of buildings. And our investment budget this year is a little more than 300 million euros, so we construct a lot. And our biggest client inside the City of Helsinki is the education division. So that means that most projects are constructing or renovating schools and kindergartens. And the project I'm going to tell you about is Kindergarten Soittaja, and actually this is how the architects planned it to look like in the first slide. And here you can see how it looked about a month ago. So there used to be a kindergarten already earlier at this site. It was built in 1969, but it was quite old, and the decision was made that we will build a new one. Our deputy mayor had already been talking about trying to make a project with Nordic Swan eco-label, but it had been a bit difficult to find a suitable project for that, because we need to know in the very beginning of the project that this will have an eco-label, because it's quite difficult to try to use it if you've already started the project. So we had an architectural competition for this kindergarten in 2020, and here you can see that Rudanko and Kankkunen won the competition, and already at that point we knew that we wanted this building to have a Nordic Swan eco-label. So the planning started in 2020, and when the feasibility study was ready, then we started the actual project planning. The construction started last year, and it will be finished in December, so the kindergarten will be opened in January. And just some basic data about the building. It has 2 stories, a little more than 2,000 square meters. There is also quite large open-air terrace in the building, and there is room for 224 children. The facade is wooden, as you can see, but actually the structure of the building is made of concrete. Then a little information about Nordic Swan eco-label. It's called Joutsenmerkki in Finnish. It means that the building has to meet certain criteria related to environmental friendliness and sustainable development. This is a Nordic label, so it's not something we created in Finland. And here on the right are just some of the criteria, so that you will understand a bit of what kind of requirements there are. There is, of course, low energy demand. Then there are requirements for moisture control, daylight requirements, and minimized exposure to harmful substances. I think that for us, maybe using daylight requirements for that were something new. For example, in here we only have artificial lighting, and of course we have been using daylight, but we haven't had any special requirements for that, other than those that are in the building code of Finland already. Then there were requirements for environmental properties and health properties of chemicals used both in construction materials and chemical building products. There is required to be a logbook of all the materials used to ensure the traceability of the building components and some other issues. So quite a detailed list of different kinds of criteria. And there are several stages in a construction project. I'm not going to talk a lot of these, but I marked with a small star those parts where we did something differently in this Nordic Swan Ecolabel project. There is this conceptual plan, which is the very start of the construction project. And actually, I wanted to mention that the National Building Code of Finland already has many requirements for energy efficiency and good indoor air quality. So these are not in contradiction anyway with the Swan Ecolabel, but quite similar requirements. But also in Helsinki, we wanted to be a kind of forerunner in these issues. So during the years, we've been developing a kind of criteria of our own, or Helsinki city's own building code, where we want to do everything a bit better than what the law or the national building code requires. We want to be more ambitious. So, for example, always when there is a need for bigger facility, we try to find out whether it's good to renovate an existing one or build a new one, or maybe we can find an already existing building that we could use. In this project manager specified the requirements for a Nordic Swan Ecolabel kindergarten, and all this criteria was used in the project. There are two ways to choose the materials you're using. You can use that kind of material that already has an eco-label for the product, or if you can't find a suitable material that already has a Swan eco-label or other EU eco-label, you can inspect the material and product and get a certification during the project. And this is actually something we had to use a lot, because this is kind of a new thing in the construction business, and not that many materials already had this eco-label. So first we start with feasibility study, and already there you had to have targets always for indoor air quality, energy efficiency, lighting. So many of these issues are already discussed in every construction project. But in Helsinki, after this stage, we already decide what is the maximum price for the project. And in this case, it was 11.3 million euros in September 2020. And this is a political process to have a decision about the maximum price, and that's why exceeding the price is always a bit of a challenge. So in this case, well, I already mentioned earlier that we have this criteria, but what kind of extra costs we found out? They were about certification fees and application process of that material that didn't have those eco-labels earlier, investigation of matters related to Swan eco-label, design guidance and regarding the Swan eco-label, and finding those products that would meet the material requirements. So we estimated that this project was maybe 7% more expensive than a normal project would have been, and in this case it was almost 1 million euros that it costed more. But because this was a project that our deputy mayor especially wanted us to try, extra costs were not that big issue. One difference in procurement stage was that when we are tendering the constructor, we had to have a new appendix for this criteria so that our contractor would know what they were promising to do and what price. Then I will go to the results. We managed to choose a contractor that was very well prepared. Maybe that was because of the tendering process and all those earlier stages. So we had no problems during the actual construction process. But the difference was that contractor's management team had 4 persons. They usually only have 3, but now this 4th person focused on the procurement and has been updating the required product log always when necessary during the project. All this had to be planned very carefully and thought about in advance, so the anticipation was much more important in this project than it usually is. We needed to find the information out earlier, and we needed to have a constant contact with the Nordic Swan Ecolabel organization. And there you can see the citation of the project manager. First, it takes 2 weeks to obtain the necessary product information, and then a week to obtain approval from the Nordic Swan Ecolabel organization. So, what we learned that there was a little less choice of interior materials than in our normal projects because they had to comply with these requirements. But however, in the end, the selected materials were not that different than what we normally use. And the main reason for this is that City of Helsinki has been kind of a forerunner in taking care of good indoor air quality for already 20 years. And in Finland, we have this classification for materials. It's not perhaps based on harmful chemical substances, but how much they emit volatile organic compounds into indoor air. And we noticed that actually many of those materials that met the Swan Ecolabel criteria were those that also met M1 classification. So in the end, the result was not that different. Of course, the project is not finalized yet, and of course we have to make an evaluation afterwards, what we achieved and how different the process was. But at this point, it seems that the end result is not that different, but the process, of course, was quite different. Thank you. This is the project.
Is it ready? Is the kindergarten ready?
No, not yet. Almost ready. Maybe you noticed in the pictures that it looks quite ready from the outside, but the inside still looks like this. But it will be opened in 8th of January, so it will be ready soon.
In the middle of the winter?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no problem in Finland with winter. Okay, so when you travel to Finland, when you go to Helsinki Kindergarten, and you know already how fantastic it has been, but congratulations.
Thank you.
And we hope this kindergarten model will walk around with the help of our non-has city building project, because I know the colleagues in Riga, they must build 20 new kindergartens in the next decade, and they want to do a real good, tox-free, circular and climate neutral. So I have the feeling that there will soon be a delegation from Riga to Helsinki.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we always say we look to the Nordic countries when we look to excellent strategies and green governance advancement. But I think this has changed. In the Baltic states, in Poland, in the eastern part of the Baltic Sea region, there has been a lot developed. And I would like to present you now an example which actually is not the proof of your sentence, cities can do more than nations. Nations can set very, very ambitious mandatory goals, and then cities have to comply with that. The green public procurement, making it mandatory, Lithuania went for that king's path to success. And I would like to introduce Kęstutis Kazulis from the National Procurement Office of Lithuania here to the stage. Lithuania procures only green since the last year, and so green and ambitious that if you go with your green bicycle to the office, you are in such a speed that you break your arms. You hardly managed to send your presentation in time, but you still did it. Kęstutis, green is green in Lithuania, and all procurements are green. Is it really so?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Okay.
You can check every one of them.
We will check them. Okay, this is the machine we want to change. So tell us about Lithuanian ambition of green public procurement.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, sustainability sometimes hurts. But first of all, thanks Tallinn for gathering so much like-minded people under one roof. And yesterday, then I was arriving to Tallinn, the first snowflakes hit my windshield, and I was glad that Tallinn finally did it, stop the global warming, and we finally have snow. So without further ado, I will try to explain what path we have taken and what tasks we will manage to achieve in Lithuania. So firstly, our legal background is that the government decided, it was a long time ago, like back in 2011, then the green public procurement was an option in Lithuania. So there was government order and everyone can do it, but nobody done. For 10 years, it was around 5 to 10%, more or less, variations. And we didn't go anywhere further from there. And then sometime in that period, two ambition girls came back from the studies abroad, brought the best experience from abroad, and I see one of them in the audience here today. So they give a push to our new reform, which started in 2021, and they done an excellent job on Ministries of Environment Order, which sets the rules, what we will have as a green public procurement. And our office is supervising the implementation and provides the methodology help and the guidelines to contracting authorities. So, as I mentioned before, like in 2020, we got around 10% in value. We have the mandatory requirements for evaluation of the procurements. So for the first step, it was from 2021, from the July 1st till the end of the year, to reach at least 10% of green public procurements in value. So we managed to do it twice, and in 2022, it was at least half of the procurement must be green. And from the beginning of this year, it is mandatory that all public procurements must be green. So all the money we spend must be green. And I like, I think Evelyn mentioned that it's a huge tool to have an impact as procurements. Like in Lithuania, for example, it's around 12% of GDP. In Estonia, I think it's around 1/3 of GDP is spent throughout the public procurements. So it's a very huge, it can be a very huge boost, not only for environment, but also for businesses. So the last number I got on the 11th of November, it was 89.2%, so 2 months left, so hopefully, somehow. So what is green? As defined in the Ministry of Environment degree, green, first of all, Ministry of Environment produced 18 product groups requirements, and it's more or less based on European Commission's recommendations. So those 18 groups, if you put in the tender requirements, if you're buying anything from those 18 groups, you put it, it is mandatory to put the requirements as mentioned in the decree. Secondly, it's of course first type of eco-labels. So it doesn't matter if you are buying from those 18 groups. If you require first type of eco-label, that's it, it's green. And then you are purchasing services or certain works, then we try to require like a ISO 14000 environment management system or EMAS. But we are going beyond that, the requirement to have the paper. More or less, we also require to be provided for the specific works that it must be certified, because they can be certified office, so, you know, not the actual construction site. So it is mandatory to be fulfilled in that place the works takes place. Also, environmental friendly products or services, which is in orientational European Commission list. The new requirement which was adopted this year, it's innovation which improves or substitutes existing solution, but it's considered the friendly solutions. The improvement becomes the environment friendly solution. So, and also another amendment was done by for intellectual, not material service, whereas in the process material is not created. So therefore, you know, audits, financial audits is considered green itself if it's not produced in the paper manner. And finally, if those requirements mentioned before does not cover, purchasing organization can measure itself up to 5 principles, and they can create their own criteria for public tender by creating any of these criteria, or luckily 5 of them in the one tender. So where I got that data in the first slide, we closely monitor, and it is mandatory in Lithuania to report on each public procurement. And those reports are going for our centralized public procurement information system, and we gather all that data. And it is like life, it's 24 hours. Every 24 hours it renews. So every day you get the new data after report was submitted from any contracting or organization. At night it renews and recalculates the indicators. So as I showed by 11th of November, it was 89.2% in value, and 75% of the procurements were green. So we track that data closely by actually based on data, not someone says that we done something green. So what steps we have taken to implement those 100% of green public procurement, because it was a huge shock at first for whole contracting organizations, that there is around 4,000 of contracting organizations in Lithuania. So we created a competence center back in 2022. So now there are working 5 people and the head of department. We modernized our central procurement information system, also to be enabled to gather the data for us concerning green public procurements. We created the Green Public Procurement Help Desk. It's dedicated email that we receive the questions and ask for consultations, and we receive around 50 of them per month average. Of course, then the deadline for 100% of green public procurement was coming. It increased that drastically. Also, we participate as consultants in big in value public tenders to help them to improve to reach the green public procurement goals. So we dedicate persons to the purchasing commissions to consult on improving green standards. And also we organize events like training sessions, which we then reward as green procurement ambassadors, because it is small group training sessions. And also we improved our information system tree, which has dedicated examples of questions answered throughout the Environment Minister's decree requirements. And also, throughout this, we created another help tool, which here you can see it's, we got the data from tender notices, and we can see which procurements are green and which are not. So that it was started in 2022 October, so at more or less like 40%, like, and we increased that from like last October is 97.5 of green public procurements. It's each month, this dashboard each month renews. Also, with the same tool from the public tender notices, we managed to create a help tool, which like you can see those small dots. It is representing Environment Ministry's requirements. So we can see in which, according to which, requirement is made tender. So the largest one is, of course, where the contracting authorities makes their own out of those 5 requirements to looking to make a green public procurement. But at the last corner, you see the 7 in red. It means that started a green innovation procurement. So some of the contracting authorities made that requirement into practice. And from this one, they all can go and to find specific tender and those requirements. So this tool helps us for the contracting authorities to learn from each other, from the examples of each others. Also, we were mentioned also in United Nations report that different approach to the constant teaching, lecturing, and conference. So we start producing newsletters. In those newsletters, we produce recommendations, interviews from the contracting authorities from their experience. Also, we invited contractors to tell how, for example, environment management system helps in their everyday tasks to help the environment. Also, we had a huge fair, attended like around 300 participants, buyers, meat suppliers for energy efficient. We required everyone from Lithuania, suppliers who wants to present, make advertisements around the green products or services to attend in Vilnius. And furthermore, we had our podcasts, which wasn't like law-orientated or adaptation, but it was devoted to increase consciousness and empower to make decisions towards greener procurements. And what's next for us? So from now on, we're waiting still that at the end of the year, Ministry of Environment will produce us analysis of 5 product groups, and methodology how to measure CO2 impact of public procurement of 5 product groups. And then together with Latvia, we cooperate and submitted the application to impact that for 2 product groups out of those 5 to measure the CO2 impact and to report our dashboard that live everyone could see what impact is being done by green public procurement to environment. So, and my time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kęstutis. I think we can say the winner is Lithuania, right? You may take a seat here. It's sustainably warm. I think we should still say what's next is the next green capital of Europe is Vilnius for the next year. And then you can promote the ambition into very, very nice examples. And as I learned from my colleagues from BEF Lithuania, yesterday I learned that they participated to make the application for Vilnius, for the Green Capital. And so it was a great success. We know how to write applications at BEF, so this is maybe really something good. So from Tallinn, we hand over to Vilnius for the green capitals and follow the steps of Stockholm and Helsinki, who were the earlier green capital. Actually, Lahti was last year. So yes, so we stay here. Now, I have a very, very interesting example for you from a very, very small town, and I am sure, except few people in this room, you have never heard about it. It's called Smiltene. Smiltene is a small rural municipality in Latvia, but it has really great ambitions to implement green public procurement in Smiltene municipality. Smiltene is also a partner to the famous ChemClim Circle project, one of the 3 guinea pigs, in English it's guinea pigs, not testing rabbits, for testing through the ideas of the Chem, Clim and Circle procurement. And I am very glad to invite Martin Julans. He is the Deputy Executive Director of Smiltene Municipality. And at first, I hope you will enlighten us. Where is Smiltene?
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you. Tere hommikust. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm really happy to be here and represent the small municipality of Smiltene. And actually, Hedden, you stole my question, because I was aiming to ask, probably you all know where Helsinki and Stockholm is, but do you know where Smiltene is? And Latvians doesn't count, you don't raise hands, but if anybody knows from other countries, please raise your hands. Okay, so I thought. So yes, we are a newly established municipality. We had a regional reform 2 years ago in Latvia. And the Smiltene municipality was formed out of 3 other municipalities, Ape, Rauna, and Smiltene. And Smiltene is the biggest town in this municipality, and it has less than 6,000 inhabitants. So
everybody knows everybody.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but we learn to communicate. So, 2 towns, 14 parishes, population is 18,800, and I looked up the neighborhood map of Riga, which has around 50 neighborhoods, and we would rank as a municipality number 13 in Riga, so you can understand the scale. And in this case, we are really happy to be in such a company of the big cities, to show not only the big cities can do something, but also the small municipalities. And we, of course, have very intense entrepreneurship. So, about really one slide about mandatory requirements of GVP in Latvia. I believe it doesn't differ much from other countries. I would like to stress one group out of this, and it really goes hand in hand with one of the projects that I will present later on. The construction, reconstruction, and demolition procurements are mandatory from this year. So this is, I think, the biggest challenge of all of those groups, because other groups already are familiar, we know how to deal with them. and about GPP in Smiltene municipality. I will stress out that we are only at the beginning of the whole process. We are actually doing very good in the existing framework, but still we are looking forward to further ambitions. So, about legal framework and administrative framework, of course we follow national legislation, but we also have a setup of GBP in our planning documents. One of them is action plan of development program, and the other one is SECAP, or Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan. And actually it talks about raising this percentage of green public procurement against all the other procurements, and also meeting the ecological goals of municipality. So, but as I've seen today already from the Stockholm, that probably we'll dive deeper in the future, and we need to create a special framework for procurements itself. So, about last year, the stats. We had, of course, there are several groups of procurements. We had 102 procurements in total. It doesn't include smaller procurements, which doesn't require specific procedures. And 27 of them were green public procurements. So it's 27% of whole procurement basket. And the next slide, I was a bit I said, Smiltene leading the way in 2022. We are actually we were quite surprised, but also in the same time very proud that actually by the number of procurements, we are leading the green public procurements in Latvia as a municipality. Maybe you noticed some differences between previous slide where I had this, total number of 102 procurements and 27 of green procurements. This number 68, it includes also all the lots within the exact procurements, so that's why the number is bigger. So, of course, we are still working in this framework of mandatory green public procurement basket, and that's why in most cases it's applied to food and transportation procurements. That's also why the major or the mostly used criteria are distance, it is certified food products, and requirements for vehicles. The main challenges, and I was listening to the previous presentation, and I immediately saw the same key barriers, and our presentations. of the goods and services. Okay, my artificial voice is back, and it's about. I just want to stress that it's a perception of bodies who are procuring that actually immediate investment might be higher, but if you look at the long term, it could be reduced or you pay less later on. So I think about this case we need to talk about in this category. Of course, it's a definition of criteria in newly requirements for criteria in rational and realistic way. And of course, we have a quite lack of benchmark cases in Latvia, especially about new processes. So, and now it will be a block of a few projects that might be related very closely and might have or will have an immediate effect on our approach of green public procurement. And of course, the main reason why I'm here, otherwise I wouldn't have been, is the ChemClim Circle project, where Smilten is an active partner. And there are several aspects of the project, but we are really looking forward to get this practical outcome and to apply, because we have very good partners who can advise us. And we are very hoping for the good results, and we will be giving our support as well. Other project is another Interreg project. It's Stop War or Stop Water, and it's about using construction waste to filter rainwaters. And we will have a pilot project in our municipality as well. The next one, quite fresh one, it's a Latvian-Estonian Interreg program, and it's about green school dining. And it's not about only how to use local products, eco products, how to eat healthy in the schools, how to make the products at the schools, but it's also about procurement process and about engagement of the local farmers to produce relevant production for the schools. And we just saw the Helsinki example about kindergarten, and we have a very nice project, which is also, we are very proud that it's in the Bauhaus network as a learning project. So it meets all these future green circular requirements, and it is all the factory area. And we had a sketch design competition last year with 11 participants, which is a very high number for Latvian competitions. And this is the first prize winner according to the jury. And also, of course, now we have a possibility to fully implement green public procurement requirements and set those requirements up for the, not even also for a design process, but also especially for the construction process, which probably will start 2025. So, and about the future vision, the main thing. As I told, currently we are working in existing framework, but we are ambitious to do more. And we want to gradually expand those areas of GPP where we are acting and we are procuring. We want to test new criteria. We want to apply the outcomes of all those projects that I already mentioned, and we are really ambitious and open to new project partners. And actually about the projects, some of them just come like almost by accident, and then you see how they are coming together and forming one idea and how they support each other, and then you are starting to look for the project ideas which might have an even greater impact and make a good alignment. And of course, we have to talk with the market, and we have to support our smaller markets, of course, within the framework of legislation, but it's still very important, especially for GPP, that you are shortening those delivery chains, and you are making this GPP work in a local area. So that's really short from my side. Thank you. Contact us and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thanks. So, I think we heard. You may listen and watch. I would like to invite you for a little thinking. You are representatives of municipalities. You are not the highest political manager level, but you are on the execution level, and you are working, and you from the National Procurement Office, you are working on the implementation of procurement. You showed us examples, nice examples, pilot examples, projects. So my main question to you is, how can these become a norm, a normal, the new normal? So what do you learn from these projects, and how do you think, no matter how advanced is your municipality in how many years of having environmental ambitions like Stockholm, or how new you are on the game with a small Smiltene, I think the level of experience is really very diverse, but you all talk about projects and good examples. So how can this become institutionalized, a norm for everyone? What is the most important? And do you have an idea what would help it? Whoever would like to start.
Well, I don't even have to pretend. You just define the role that I'm sitting in everyday work. So I think we need to show politicians the benefits in a global scene. We have to show how, like, those immediate costs, they are stretching out during a longer period, and actually you are in a 10-time period, you are winner, not a loser. Instead of investing every year like certain amount, and the result is you get, like, for instance, 10 million in 10 years. But then you have to invest, like, at the beginning 10 million, but you end up with 9 million expenditures like 10 years later. So I think that's a really important aspect when talking to politicians. It's a budget, one thing.
Yeah.
And the second, you have to, of course, persuade that you are only one piece in a global scene, and you have to contribute. I think those are two major aspects.
Yeah, but the budget, Katri, only 7% more, only 1 million more, but 1 million more because your deputy mayor wanted Nordic Swan kindergarten. So the wish of your deputy mayor of spending 7% more, can this be an example? I mean, that's where every politician will immediately react. How do you make this a norm, this little add up?
I think it was a pilot of using this label, and now after the project is finished and we get some user experiences as well, maybe we have to evaluate, is this eco-label the way we want to do this thing, or is there something that we can include in the Helsinki building code I mentioned earlier? Because I think that what cities can do is that we can pilot different things. I think that when we're talking about environmental criteria, it's a scene that's developing all the time. And one big difficulty is that if we put too strict criteria, and the market can't really answer to our demands, so that we kind of have to develop it together, pilot certain things, put some pressure on the products and processes that the market is available to provide. But for us, it seems that if we are not the active part, maybe the market isn't that active either.
Okay.
So I think that we have to activate them, and of course we have to activate our politicians as well. But maybe the result always is not using one specific criteria as such, because there are several kind of competing systems, and we just have to find the most important and most productive tools from that palette.
Arne.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe there's at least two perspectives on this. You mentioned how to anchor the ambitions with the politicians and have them convinced to go further. And I think the key here is to talk about our experiences, our pilots, our work, our projects, not so much in terms of something extra or something on the side of the everyday work. We have to describe how these pilots contribute to the city's own objectives. Because most municipalities have some kind of sustainability objectives for their entities, and so we need to say that, well, by building this Nordic Swan preschool, we are contributing to this city objective. It's not something we do because we think it's very important. It's something we do because you have set up this objective. So it has its position in the city logic. That's something that needs to be said. And then to make it happen again, the experiences we had from the Home for the Elderly was very much that we did it in very close collaboration with very devoted and ambitious staff at the Home for the Elderly, and the heads of that organization were also very much involved in choosing the activities, and I think that was a key to having the success in the pilot, and I think also that is the key to being successful in replicating the pilot in other parts. We can talk all day, all week, until we lose our voices about the importance of reducing use of single-use plastic. But when their colleagues, other staff from that kind of entities come and say, hey, we did this and it works fine, we save this amount of plastic, we save this amount of money, and it still works, everyone's happy, that's what people listen to.
Okay, so we have the ambition, the policy goals, which all municipalities meanwhile have, however detailed or ambitious they have. We have the engaged staff at those who want to do a change, let's say the elderly home staff or the kindergarten managers. And we have the market who has to react. And there we meet one of the fears of the procurement officers. Oh, we will not get enough offers. Is this a myth, meanwhile, Kęstutis? Because you said we have these Lithuania goals, and green is this label, this label, this label. And what about the market in Lithuania? Have you, when you have this fancy digital counting of your procurements, but do you get the information of the market players? Are there sufficient offers available meanwhile in deepest countryside Lithuania or Vilnius, the coming European?
Short time, the competition decreases while the market adapts to it, because you still need to find the solutions or to bring the solutions from outside. So yes, there is no, like green sparkling and everything around us. There are some reduced in the competition, but the market reacts immediately. One tender is without competition, third and fourth is already competition is increased, because it was, a huge shock for everyone, because we said, oh, for now we stopped, like with the plastic cups or, you know, with anything else. Like, it's stuff we don't buy this anymore, or it's forbidden already. So while it adopts, yes, but I think in the long term, and if it would be possible on political level even to do a better step, for example, polluters pay principle, for example, for one, you know, metric ton of cement, Nordic Swan cement versus regular cement, you know. If the regular cement would be terrified for polluting, and the price, I think it would be equal, and those 7%, it will evaporate. So there's another step there
Okay, yeah.
for improvement.
Okay, that gives me the idea that maybe the presentation on the Super Helsinki model would benefit also from breaking down this 7% versus the societal costs. So no, it's not 7% more because your deputy mayor wanted to have a fancy Nordic Swan kindergarten, but this is an investment in lowering societal cost at the other stage. Are you calculating that, Katri?
I'm not actually sure what is all the evaluation we will be doing afterwards, but maybe something I would like to say is that because this was a pilot project and we don't yet have or didn't have that many materials that already had Swan Ecolabel, that's one reason why the price was higher. But
Okay.
if the demand for such materials would grow because more and more construction projects followed that criteria, then of course I think the price wouldn't be that much higher because we wouldn't need to do all that inspection and certification for those materials that didn't have that label yet. So I think this is one of the kind of pilot phase costs that should decrease when it comes more common way to make. But it's right that it's much more. It's much easier to calculate how much more it costed than what were the actual benefits and how to measure them.
Yeah. Yes, and there is something in the communication about it. I think that we all have always to learn to look at all sides. I think that was a real good point. You also said that the market and the offers, you don't have yet enough benchmarking examples in Latvia, but you were surprised that you have got quite a few offers on your first tenders. So it is possible.
Well, probably it's twofold, because one of those tenders, it wasn't made like a GPP, but I think it also has some benefit to us that there are no much benchmarking, because we can learn immediately by doing, and sometimes it's even better that you are the one who is making the lead to others, or you are digging deep from the day one. Of course, it's not the easiest way, but once it gets rolling, it's very beneficial, I think.
How is it with your colleagues doing the tenders and the procurement? Are they afraid from putting green criteria because they think maybe there will not be enough offers, or it's too expensive, or is there a myth you need to fight against to implement it among your own staff, setting the criteria?
Well, we are not fighting, but of course we are debating.
Debating.
Yeah,
Yes.
about
debating.
this. But as a small municipality, our staff is very small. So actually, we are only two people. There are only two people, colleagues, who are working on the procurement side. So, and with each this new step or requirement which comes within the legislation already, not talking about like extra with what we are planning to do, of course, we are debating, and there are some doubts and fears. Will it be right? Will it be correct? Will somebody will apply? But it's normal process. But of course, we are having those discussions, doubts, and.
Okay. And how do you communicate that to the rest of your municipal administration? there is more than the 2 colleagues actively involved.
Oh.
Although Smilten is very small, but
Yeah.
still there are some more people. They need also to have the wish to receive environmental friendly services and goods.
Well, I think on the receiving side, there are no much discussions, or they of course participate on the definition what they need, but actually it's our task to teach them and to explain them why we are doing it exactly like that, why we are setting up those green product procurement criteria, why we are buying exactly in this manner. Either it's mandatory or we have new ideas, but it's our task. We are not leaving only 2 persons to explain it or to cope with all the existing questions.
Yeah.
Of course, we are helping out.
How is it in a big city like Stockholm? Are all the departments, all the employees convinced or by themselves requesting environmental goods and services, and the procurement office is only an execution for making it technically possible?
Looking at my colleagues, I would say...
They are the very convinced ones, those which are here.
Yeah, I know, but they also meet the other ones. Because I would say there are both. There are ones that come and complain, why are there even why do we have alternatives in our tendering or that we can order, our ordering system? Why are there alternatives that are not the best environmental performance? We don't want to have the choice. We just want the best. And then there's the ones that say, why can't we order this and this? We used to do that, and we want our old, non-chemical smart alternatives that we've used forever. So I guess we have both.
And the dishwashing agent is not cleaning the cups,
exactly.
as well as the previous one.
And then we have it ends up with a problem that's which is problematic not only in the sort of green way, that people tend to go outside the contract, because the contract does not give you the products you want, so you go to the just the store around the corner and buy the cleaning agent you want, which is of course not legal and not something I should speak out loud, but I think everybody in this room knows that those things happen. And it's no good. But it's something we have to deal with and realize when we do the procurement, that we need products that people will be sort of satisfied with, because if they're not sort of satisfied, they won't be loyal to the contract, and that's not something we want to encourage, or we don't want to be in that situation.
So we do not only need ambitious policy goals for the green procurement and good regulation to make it possible technically and according to rules. We do not only need good offers, but we need the mindset change at the demand side. Yeah. So every employee, everybody in the public sector needs to be convinced that yes, with the public money, we purchase and we make the market move for the green goods. How to achieve that? How is it in Helsinki? Are all colleagues of the Helsinki Environmental Administration convinced green purchasers in their professional duty?
Maybe on the environmental sector, but as I represent the construction sector, Unfortunately, I can't say yes. I come from a unit that is trying to include all this environmental criteria into our projects, and I think that in a certain level, I think it's easy for everyone to say that yes, this is important, and of course we want to act like this. But then when they notice that, oh no, now it's my project, that actually gets a little more complicated because we have to have new criteria in there and maybe a new expert of some new thing. Now we are, for example, struggling with how to use more circulated materials. That's something quite new, and there are no standards for it yet. So we noticed that it's easy to say, yes, this is important, but when I have to change something that I've been doing in a certain way, and maybe it requires me that I have to think something more and plan something a bit differently, that is not so easy for everyone. And of course, construction projects are very complicated already to start with.
Yes, and do you educate regularly your colleagues? Are you, I don't know, having team meetings to talk about the new environmental vision? Or?
Yes, and of course share good examples, and of course also those that are not that good ones, but where you can learn something. But also I think it requires things from the leadership and management as well, that everyone in our organization has to stand for this. Not only employees, but also the managers.
Yeah. Kestutis, you are the one sitting on the very top national procurement office on these fantastic rules. So how it goes down with all these issues of the demand side, the offer side?
No, I just want to reflect also on the people's perception.
Yes.
Because it's about cities and municipalities, so I think at the beginning of this year I looked at the bus transportation public procurements, and I went to look for the technical specification or specific requirements. You know, everyone knows like Euro standards or electrical bus, but out of 10 tenders, I think only in one I noticed the weight requirements for the bus. No, and those are the people who create those specifications are working in that field, but none of them thinks, you know, wider picture. Bigger weight, it residues from the tires in the city. And bigger weight, what does it mean? It wears the roads quicker. And you need to repair the roads then. So none of, like in Lithuania, 10 procurements, 9 of them didn't have the weight requirements for the bus, and it's only simple one requirement which can lead to further, you know, protection of the environment and saving the money, what is required to, you know, to repair the roads later. So, you know, it's always comes to the people who create the rules. You know, we have the tools, we make rules, but there are still the people behind every document.
Yes.
So their action matters in the bigger picture. So
yes, and I think this is a really nice example with the weight of the buses. Procurement and thinking about a bus does not necessarily mean thinking about the environmental impacts on the road if the bus is more heavy and the roads need to be reconstructed. So let's look a little bit more at this issue of integrating. I think we promoted the ChemClim Circle project, Arne, already quite widely, but it is not so easy. We come with the green public procurement from the ambition of CO2 emission saving. This has been the first, and maybe there we are already quite good in calculating. There are very, very nice tools for calculating CO2 emission. You said you will plan for Latvia, Lithuania also to do that in a new project. But it's not all about CO2 emission saving. It is about circularity. So circularity in procurement, and it's about the quality of the material. The harmful substances must go out from the goods, because otherwise they cannot be circular, and that means we cannot achieve the climate goals. So how do we get this integrated approach of looking at more than simple CO2 emission? What do we need to do for it to anchor it in our procurement practices?
Well, one thing is to try out, to make pilots or this and see is it possible to make them support each other or include everything. It's about finding the organizational, as you said, the organizational level, about having the places to make these meetings that I was talking about, where environmental experts from all three different areas can meet with the procurement officers and the contract managers, and how can we solve this together?
Katri, how, I mean, the Nordic Swan eco-label is, by its definition and by its goals, has this integrated approach. But what did you experience with it? What was the most difficult in understanding these different aspects for the people who wanted to do the kindergarten?
As I mentioned, the criteria was taken to the project from the very beginning, so after that it wasn't so difficult. But in the very beginning of my presentation, I said that our deputy mayor wanted us to try to use the label already earlier, and maybe it was also a bit difficult for us first to find the project, but also to tell politicians that we can't just start putting the criteria on the project that has already started, because then we hadn't planned the schedule and the costs and whatever it takes into the project. So it required a lot of planning and thinking of what kind of project could be useful. So a lot of that process was going on already before this project started.
Okay.
And there were actually, I think, 2 projects that were meant to be the Nordic Swan Ecolabel project, but then for some reason the idea was dismissed and decided that we have to find another project. But I was not involved in that, so I'm not sure what was the reason for that. But I think that when we finally found the right project and could prepare for it, then it wasn't that difficult anymore during the project.
Okay.
But starting it was
Starting it. And mentioning the Nordic Swan, are you communicating with those people who sit behind this Nordic Swan standard? So were they helping you?
Yes, all the time, because of this material question.
Okay. And that there I already looked to Kęstutis. In your presentation, you said that green is if it has a Nordic Swan or a Blue Angel or an EU Eco Flower label. So that is very easy to say. It's just to copy these 3 beautiful icons from the internet. But what does it mean, this Nordic Swan logo, not only on a certain product, but also on a complex thing like a kindergarten and a building? Have you been thinking about piloting something like that in Lithuania? I mean, for Vilnius Green Capital next year project?
Yeah, I was surprised actually by the presentation. So and it was inspiring that that the building can have a Nordic
Yes.
Swan. We up to this moment we are using it only for the products which
Yeah.
it directly certified, and we asked the in constructions to be used those certified products, but not as construction itself. So yeah, but we will take that inspiration and
Yes,
put in
this
the
is the
guidelines,
only
but-
label which is really certifying a building. We were also, when we started with our non-house city construction project and the Kemklin Circle project, we were also like, oops, labeling a building, this is really something, and maybe we should promote something like that, and we should also promote the labeling institutions to think about more than simple product label. It would maybe help making the processes easier in the towns. Yeah. You said your procurements are...
I'm not. I was going to, but I will not. So yes, for the project I shown, for the creative quarter, that would be definitely the project that we will try to do different elements of labeling and green product procurement, of course. And most importantly, we'll also talk with designers about that before construction, so we can already think in the previous stage, because as you mentioned, there was some ideas which came in during the project already, which was harder to implement or to negotiate. So during the design stage, it's also very important to talk about those things.
Yeah. So you all four learned something from each other now.
Of course.
That's
Yeah.
very good.
Yes.
So now we go back to Evelyn. You have set the frame. Yeah, this is ex-promptu. It wasn't planned. Please come here. I like experiments on live stream stages. Evelyn, now you have been looking at procurements and green governance for 15 years, you say, and kindergarten. But something more. What comes to your mind where you think that fits into this development, into the framing, what you brought up at the beginning?
Yeah, like I said somewhere in my presentation, I said that I have noticed that the green public procurement is making real comeback, and I can also see from these discussions that it is so. There are. I mean, from Stockholm example, I could see that like really in the strategic documents, the public procurement has been put into, and that specifically mentioned in the documents. I think this is really.
And the interactions of the documents.
Sorry?
The interactions of
Yes.
these documents.
Yes.
That's something. Yeah.
Because often it's there sort of more implicitly. It's not explicitly mentioned, and I think this is very important, because then it's really something that can be referred to. Yet. See, we have these goals, and it also means that the city itself has to do things. But I also I think this the mandatory approach that Lithuania has. I'm really impressed. We have been talking with this with our colleagues too. That it's. I mean, I've also seen this that like not so much has. Achieved during the 15 years, but now it's really been acknowledged. It's the mandatory approach is also really needed, because otherwise there are all these excuses and all these barriers. But if there is this also mandatory push, then it will.
We
also,
like mandatory.
it will also help. But of course it's important that we don't stop in those mandatory. Maybe not all the mandatory rules are so ambitious. It's also important to have these pilots, to have more ambitious examples, because innovation is needed, and we also heard that the market is something. It comes along when it's asked, and there are these pilots and initiatives by the public sector. So we need to have these ambitious pilots also to push the market to provide. And come along with all the products and
that's the
services.
message for the donor, the Interreg Secretariat. We need pilots, we need projects to make it really great. There she is, I can see you. Yes, so we need the pilots to show, we need them to experiment, and we need them to do this preparation, to finance these add-up investments costs at the beginning in a project, to make them later a rule. Yes, thank you very much for this first round. And now comes my instruction, which I got from the organizer. Candies, I should give you something really nice to sweeten your memories to this Italian approach. And where is the candy bag now? So where is the candy bag? I should give you special Tallinn candies. Yes, there comes the candy bag. Many people, the candy bag, yes. Okay, so we have some very, very nice candies from Estonia. Rabade matset, tastes of bogs. Wow. Anne, thank you very much for coming here. Katri, we hope still to get an invitation for the kindergarten visit. Kestutis, we wish you good luck with the mandatory thing, and we will come and see, and next year maybe Vilnius Green Capital, and look at what has been achieved in Vilnius.
Everything green.
Everything green, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, and being the small municipality, the small guinea pig, but the very important one. And let's make the project really getting some new procurements done.
Thank you.
And Evelyn, thank you very much for putting the frame. Okay, so now you all get some coffee. I have no idea where it is, somewhere outside probably. And we have a 20 minutes coffee break. And then we go further and look a little bit at the policy and the politicians. The scene is set for the politicians. Thank you. We wait until people are in, otherwise nobody hears you. Please take a seat.
When they're arriving, because we're doing the street as well. We can cut it out later. You can start going.
Okay. I shall talk while you are trying to find your places. Okay, please take a seat so that we can continue. I know we are many. Okay, then I welcome you to the second part of our Green Governance panel, Green Governance Day of the City of Tallinn, which is the green capital of Europe. In the first part of the day, we looked at green public procurement practices from the administrations, about setting the goals, about walking through procurement processes. We heard about ambitious political goals set somewhere and being implemented by those people in charge of the administrations. And now I am very happy to have 4 persons from the policy-making level, so deputy mayors, parliamentarians, ministers here with me to talk about the political level of that. On purpose, we did the practical part first and go on the political level second. And I was told by the technical team that it is possible then during the panel to ask questions from the audience, very short and very to the point. I don't know if they want to prevent me to grill you guys like I grilled the previous one. I felt very well. I hope you others also felt very well in my hands of our little talk. But I was told that maybe the audience also would like to ask some questions. So let's see how we will integrate that. Now, the first floor to Tallinn, again, the green capital of Europe. And I would like to invite Josep Wim, one of the many deputy mayors. I learned from him they are 7, not 6. So they already multiplied during our meetings. And you have a very, very big ambition in Tallinn to make events really green. And you try that in small events, in bigger events, and even in the very, very biggest event Estonia could ever think about having, your song festival. That's one when more than 2/3 of Estonians are for 2 weeks here in the city singing on stage and in front of the stage and backstage, and that to make 500,000 people green without zero waste and with the green ambitions. We will like very much to hear how you do that. So, Josep, experiences from greening the public events have the ambitions of procuring single-use plastic-free events come true. And the instructions is, you guys, you should now stand here, because when you are dancing over there in the live stream, they cannot see you. And here is this magic thing with what you move.
Thank you.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Deputy Mayor. You were a bit maybe too ambitious about telling the song festival 500,000 people is an overestimation, I would say. But I will tell you about the exact numbers of it as well. Good morning once again. Happy to be here. Just to give you a quick general information, about where you are and what is the kind of the group of people we try to work with every day here. The total population in Estonia is 1.3 million people, and here in Tallinn it's a bit over 450,000. And I'm a deputy mayor responsible for business management, innovation, circular economy, but also for tourism. So I'm always very happy to tell about different big events that we are known for, and our Christmas market that will open soon enough is one of the things that we're known of, and that is something also we're planning to organize in a way that we've organized the events this summer, and I will tell you more about that soon enough. Now, Tallinn Waste Management Strategy prioritizes waste prevention. And our role as a city is to design regulations that support sustainable systems, be a role model as a client, and invest into ongoing awareness raising, and to support innovation through cooperation with sustainable businesses and piloting new products and services in Tallinn. Examples of how we set circular economy in our focus. We have developed the system of organizing environmentally friendly public events in Tallinn. For this, we provide guidelines for organizing sustainable events that all cities, institutions, and collaborating partners have to follow. And this has been supported with a regulation that bans single use at public events. We have already in place a waste management strategy that foresees only 5% of municipal solid waste to be landfilled. And by the summer 2025, we aim to have a separate action plan for the circular economy that will set more ambitious targets for waste reduction and waste prevention, including designing conditions for public procurements that support circularity. And we have now first-hand experiences from public events organized environmentally friendly. You can see a picture there on your right of Estonian Youth Song and Dance Festival. That is taken a couple of years ago, but this is kind of part of it, how it might look like. And there were several other big events happening this summer. The idea for the guidelines sparked from the European Green Capital Year in Tallinn. The mayor of Tallinn signed the decree establishing guidelines for organizing sustainable events in April, and it includes recommendations for event planners in several categories: materials and purchases, catering and water use, waste management, transport, energy and resource efficiency, communication, and impact on the venue. Now, regarding our national and EU ambition to reduce consumption of single-use plastic, these guidelines give some thresholds. For example, for materials and purchases, the name tag should be reusable or at least recyclable. Gifts should not be just single-use marketing gadgets, but if needed at all, maybe local food, drink, or better yet, an experience. When we talk about catering and water use, then tap water should be always preferred over bottled water. Food is served in sets that allows for leftovers to be donated or redistributed to guests for takeaway in reusable containers. And I've told that this event also provides reusable food containers that can be returned to service provider. Now, small packages are not allowed, for example, cream, sugar, and tea, for those to prevent waste production. And if possible, then food should be preferred to be vegetarian. At this event, we have gone so far as to provide a vegan menu. Participants can refill their water bottles with tap water, and naturally, all dishes are reusable. Now, if we talk about communications and impact of the venue, then that is of a critical essence. All participants, guests, and businesses alike should be well informed of how to separately collect waste, how to use reusables, and to return them, and all that information. Now, the preparation of the guideline, I can tell you, was very creative and engaging processes where we learned a lot during events that took place following the initial guidelines. Currently, we are in the process of preparing perhaps the most relevant development document of Tallinn, action plan for the circular economy in Tallinn until 2035. It will be the first of its kind, and it will have a noble task to include in it 4 major areas: helping the city meet its climate neutrality goals, actually reducing the amount of municipal solid waste generated and improving the recycling capacity, supporting the maintenance of biodiversity in the city, and perhaps what is still a new concept for many, but a priority for us, to work out metrics and targets that could express how socially just we are as we transition to circular economy. And for the third highlighted example, we were the first in Estonia to ban single-use dishes and cutlery from public events. We started with the mindset already in 2019, but the biggest step was made this year, since no single-use material can ever outperform reusable alternatives. Now, since 1st of June this year, food and drinks may only be served in reusable containers, maybe plates, bowls, drinking glasses, coffee cups, and using only reusable cutlery, I mean knives, spoons, and so on, in public events that host up to 30,000 visitors per day in Tallinn. And the same ban on single-use containers and cutlery at events will take effect in the whole country, regardless of the number of the size of the event, starting from 1st of January next year. This regulation did not apply to only 3 events in the summer of 2023, and they had more visitors a day. But 2 concerts were organized then by Live Nation. It was the Depeche Mode concert and the Weekend concert. And they still tried to use reusables this summer, even though they did not have to. It was a good experience for them. They used reusable cups, and in addition, free drinking water was available during all these events, so that visitors could fill their own water bottles without buying new ones and creating more trash. At the Youth Song and Dance Festival, 100% reusables were used. The dance festival accommodated around 10,000 spectators and performance, and the song festival accommodated around 70,000 spectators plus the performers. So altogether, we can say that 20 tons less waste was generated.
Wow.
That is 50% of waste reduction. So although the system, I would say, is easy, change itself is not always. We're lucky to have several system providers to choose from. However, this also means that every event needs to think about their return system individually. And every event also has a different return system. We have been able to test these already since last year. We had marathons, festivals, maritime days, different large events that tested out the systems. And our goal was to give all organizers an opportunity to try out the new systems. When in 2024 it becomes mandatory nationwide, everything would already be working more smoothly. And I would say that it is important not to forget that good communication is the basis for success, and getting different stakeholders on board will contribute to that success. For example, this year with the mass events, several meetings were held with caterers to share detailed information about the deposit systems, and the communication strategy for all these events was carefully planned. Now, to go further and tell you a little more about the specific event that you can see on the board there, that's the Youth Song and Dance Festival. Say the biggest part of it, that's the Song Festival. So you can see there's plenty of people on the grounds. And as a city, we had the most experience this summer in helping to organize the event. It is a festival lasting for several days, from morning to evening. Sustainable catering for the performers as well as the visitors was not really an easy task. With the help of a company named Ascento, a consulting company for sustainable events, the festival team started to focus on how to organize the event in a more sustainable manner already in 2022. And I would say that everything starts with smart procurement. This is something all cities can and should promote. In January 2023, the organizers of the Song and Dance Festival, together with the company Accento, prepared the procurement for reusable tableware and separate waste collection during the event. Estonian Deposit Scheme won the public procurement for the deposit tableware system, and all caterers at this year's festival used deposit tableware to serve food and drinks. A total of 201,120 deposit tableware items were used by the visitors during the event. The participants used 120,000 deposit tableware items during the festival. And as I mentioned, compared to the previous festival in 2019, the amount of waste generated was reduced around 50%. All in all, the deposit tableware system worked very well during the event. And to conclude my time here to present, I would say that the system sounds simple enough. When buying drinks or food, people pay €2 deposit for the tableware. Once finished, people return the tableware to the collection point and get their deposit back. And once we saw the grounds after the end of the event, they were clean, not covered in plastic waste. So this is my short presentation here. I conclude with it, and I hope we can have a fruitful discussion soon. Thank you.
Yes, it sounds very simple. Huh? You just forbid it, and then the ground is clean. So sounds very simple. But it is not so simple, I think. It needs a long, long transition time. And I would like to introduce to you Jens Kerstan. He is the environmental senator of the city of Hamburg. It is also a federal state, so we have ministers or senators. And Hamburg has been an early bird in doing something what Germans are good in. They write long guidelines. They write a lot of long guidelines. So I assume the Estonian one-pager and the Hamburg 150 pages are a little bit different. And I would like to ask Jens on stage. You have been senator for many, many years, and these environmental procurement criteria, They have been issued 2016, and they have been several times revised. They have been, practiced by real life. So please give us some insight to your experience with trying to cook the green public procurement in Hamburg over quite a few years, and tell us also where you are today. Jens. And I'm very, very glad he's the first time with me here in a seminar from my town. Jens Kerstan.
Yes, thank you, Heidrun, and thank you for having me here. I'm very glad to talk to you. Well, at the beginning, especially for two reasons. I think the first one shouldn't be forgotten. We live in troubled times, and much attention is placed now on Palestine and Israel and Gaza, but we are right on the border of a conflict here in Europe between Russia and Ukraine, and our friends in the Baltic area have sorrows, and I think it's a positive sign to have a conference like this right here to give you the message, well, you are not alone, we know what is going on, and you can count on our solidarity. And coming from a former green capital, Hamburg was the second city in Europe granted the title of green capital after Stockholm. To Tallinn, I think it needs to be mentioned that without Tallinn, without a person here, the green capital in Europe wouldn't exist. I'm talking about Jüri Ratas, because he had the idea of the title of green capital in the year 2006. And he had the expression and the conviction that a green and sustainable Europe will be needed, and the title will be needed to improve quality of life of citizens. And since then, many cities have joined this path, the green capital is coming home. And so thank you, Tallinn, and thank you to Jüri Ratas for inspiring Europe and inspiring us. And now I come to the topic about what I'm supposed to talk about. After 10 years looking back on our public procurement, on our green capital experience, I think the most lasting impact is not the regulation, it's not the paperwork, it's not all the paragraphs, but it's a change of mindset. When we started in 2011 with the Green Capital, I mean, for environmental protection, for climate change, there was one people, it was a duty of my ministry, and the rest of the government did whatever they did, and they said, well, they do the protection, and we are doing other things. Now, it's our task for everyone in our Senate, in our government. Everybody has goals, everybody has aims, and he needs to make a plan, and he needs to fulfill it or to talk with his colleagues how to change that. And I think that is the most important thing, where you need to go, because otherwise it's not very far-reaching what you will be doing, because a city is always a problem for the environmental situation, because we are the greatest polluters, but at the same time we can be the laboratories fixing that. And that's the mission of Hamburg, and it's not only the mission of my ministry, but of the whole government in Hamburg. And so we started really with a very simple thing, with the procurement of goods and services in Germany. And so maybe let me say a little bit about Hamburg. Well, that's what I'm talking about Hamburg, about our guidelines, what we've reached so far, and what our further plans will be. Well, first of all, Heidrun said it, Hamburg is a city that has ruled itself since 1230 on its own, and is still not only a city, but a state in Germany. And the laws for procurement is the aim of our federal states. And so we are the ones who are really making regulations and try to get things being done. And well, Hamburg in itself is a city of 2 million, almost 2 million people. We are in a metropolitan area of 5 million people. We are very proud to getting the title of a green capital because of a city of that size, the third biggest port in Europe, the biggest industry city in Europe, and well, it's not natural becoming a green frontrunner. That is the result of hard work. And so what did we do when we were going on? Hairun mentioned it. We have a regulation by 170 pages where we define ecological standards, where we have product groups and many, many things you have to consider. I mean, this looks complicated. It was much more complicated was to set this into rule, because this is mandatory for all of our departments, of all our servants, of all authorities. And if you have reached that point, that's easy. It took almost 7 years to get the Senate of the city, Free City of Hamburg, to consent on it. And actually, I was very interested about your guidelines for public events, because to this day, we don't agree in our Senate on a single, on something like that for public events, because there everybody is worried if that might not be too complicated and too complicated and being bad for culture or other events. So that's what we are doing, looking very complicated. You have at the first time analysis about what are the aims, what are the products, what you have to define. Then you go on the description of services around all of that, and then in the end you come to the different measurements and the different things you have to do to put this into work. And that's very much administration and politics. What was very important, what we did, was then a list what the administration is not allowed to do, a blacklist, so what you are not allowed to buy. And that's, on the first thing, a very political thing. I mean, you have all the industry at this moment on your doorstep. And the second one is much more important sometimes than what administration does. It's about public awareness. And one little thing we had in this blacklist, and we were very surprised, we got worldwide attention for it because we banned plastic and aluminum pads for coffee in the public services of Hamburg. 1 week later, we had almost from every country in Europe news coverage. My press officer came 2 weeks later and said, well, tomorrow you have a question for the Toronto Breakfast radio show. And a week later he said, well, besides China and North Korea and Myanmar, everybody is talking about this. 2 days later, we had them all. Well, the headline was not exactly what we were doing, because the headline was, well, Hamburg is the first city banning coffee cups. But in the end, we had a long discussion with our producers, and so coffee cups are much more ecological than they were before. And that's something what we couldn't do as a state for all of Germany or all in the world, but it's the public discussion. The good example you give, the role master. And so we, as a former green capital, try to do that in many, many other things. And I think that is something what we need to do. And in fact, it's an iterary thing we are doing. I mean, the goal is the journey, because you need to go in the journey, you need to look at things, what are happening, and you have to react on it. And that's a long story. So we had 7 years before 2016 to put it in place, the first thing. Then we had a new enlarged program in 2019. Right now, we are working on a sustainable, not only ecological procurement, and at the same time, we are working on introducing that in our strategy for SDG. And that's something, when you start with that with your colleagues, you start, well, you need to be ecological. They say, okay. Then you say, well, you need to have fair trade is very important. They say, oh, okay. And then they come sustainability. And when you've convinced them of that, and now you come with sustainable development goals of the United Nations, and they said, oh, not again. And so you have to start all over again. But all those things come in place, and now we have, after, well, good 10 years, the whole administration being responsible for fighting climate change, for ecological and sustainable procurement, and working on sustainable development goals of the United Nations. And that is the whole thing that will, well, that's the recipe for success. Because it's not only the only department, it's not only the own government. I mean, it's all of us together, and in the end, together with the economy and our citizens. And so the third very important thing we did was, well, combining that with the very participation of the population, and we have a very strong direct rule by our population, who can decide in public votes about very concrete things. And if you put all this together, it's sometimes very, very tiring. Talking, discussing, convincing, it takes sometimes very, very long. But in the end, I mean, we are in a democracy. We need to take the people with us, and in the end, a common understanding is, well, the necessary thing to get ahead. And so we have achieved quite a bit, but the way is not finished. We have lots to do. And so things like this are very important. Not everybody of us has to invent the wheel again on its own. I mean, we can look at others, we can learn, and together I think we will then be successful to a more sustainable world. That is a good world for our kids and their kids. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, Jens, please stay here. We don't let you go. Thank you very much. So you were shocked about 170 pages.
For a guideline for the city itself, and as a checklist to start from, I would say that that's okay. To give a guideline to follow that directly from day one, I think that's a bit too much.
We will still study the guidelines.
Yeah.
Okay, so and now we go to the city of Västerås, and I am very, very happy to announce Vicky Skura Eriksson. There is more than Stockholm in Sweden. You know, there are also other cities, and Västerås is a little bit more to the west, some 100 kilometers from Stockholm, and I'm working with your colleagues, with a team from the environmental department since many, many years in many projects, and I'm always really touched how straightforward it goes from the policy to the administration. I remember our event about the plastic diet not so many years ago. There were 40 people in the room. We launched the plastic diet, and I think there was nobody else in the city administration, in any other offices. Everybody was there. The mayor, the deputy mayor, all departments, and then I was asking about volunteers who would like to do something. There was a very active man, and so I came into the discussion on public with him, and later they told me, oh, this was the mayor, and I thought, oh. Okay, so Vicky, the politicians of Västerås are super engaged, and they make super strategies, and we have heard after this launch of this little plastic diet, the colleagues have made out of it a huge, or not a huge, a short, in German terms a short, plastic reduction strategy. So single-use plastic reduction strategy. The strategic thinking from Sweden, from Västerås. Vicky.
Thank you very much. The city of Västerås, just some facts. We have a population of 160,000. We're the 6th largest city in Sweden, and about 1 hour west of Stockholm. We have some big companies that actually were founded in Västerås. ABB, or ASEA, not the Brown Boveri part. H&M was founded in Västerås. ICA, which is one of the biggest food companies in Sweden. And also we have Northvolt, which is making batteries. And they have the one big site in Västerås. Mälarenergi is the fossil-free heat and power plant that owns by the municipality. We also have biogas productions from waste and manure and solar energy and everything. I'm one out of 8 deputy mayors. I'm chairman for the Committee for Sports, Leisure and Social Prevention. But most of all, we're the hometown of Loreen, who won the Eurovision Song Contest twice. The Plastic Reduction Action Plan. The whole world is filled with too much plastic, and we need to do something about it. And in implementing sustainability and make a difference on a local level, it sounds easy, but it's not. You need to have the political devotion and interest, especially now when we have a world with wars everywhere, and you need to still try and keep the focus. Put up political goals, overall goals, and specific goals, and a structure to follow up the goals. We need to raise the awareness, provide economical possibilities for information campaigns, etc., not just for staff and citizens, but also for other politicians to keep up the good work. Invite local companies and the civil society to be part of sustainable solutions. Cooperate and network with other cities and organizations. And you see that little Plastbanta Västerås, that is the plastic diet that we launched in 2020. And what are the hard facts? We eat the amount of 5 grams of plastic per week. That's equivalent to 1 plastic card per week. 260 grams per year, 2.6 kilos in 10 years. How much plastic do we actually eat during our lifetime? United Nations estimate that by 2050 there are more plastics than fish in our seas. This we need to remind us about all the time. We need to reduce the amount of plastics in our society. 73% of each liter worldwide is plastic. Only 9% of all plastic produced is recycled. And the more amount of plastic we have in our society, the more dangerous items for the children. We eat, drink, breathe, and through direct contact. And the smaller persons, the more sensitive they are to plastics. This is the municipality heat and power plant, where we turn our waste into heat and electricity. But it's also important to see the waste hierarchy, to have a strategy for handling waste. Of course, reducing the amount of waste is the most important. Reuse, recycle, recover, and then landfill. That's the waste ladder that we're working towards. What is important when reducing the use of plastic? Inform staff and residents on how and why we need to reduce the amount of plastic. Focus on the preschools, schools and environments for children. Promote circular systems that saves money and our environment. We had some really good examples from Tallinn. And no unnecessary plastic. Buy reusable or non-plastic tools. And then, of course, as many has said already today, have a central portal for purchase for where all departments have to do their ordering, where you can't do wrong. There shouldn't be any plastic mugs or things that you don't want to use, or plastic tools that are unnecessary. There are some plastic dilemmas, though. Artificial turf for sports in urban areas in Sweden. Children of today are less active compared to 20 years ago. 2 out of 10 children in Sweden reach the amount of recommended physical activity per day, which is 60 minutes. Children in families with low income are more physically inactive and live in more densely populated areas. Natural grass, you can use around 300 active hours per year. Artificial turf, 2,000 to 2,500 active hours per year. And especially in Sweden, and as here in Estonia and most of the other Nordic countries and around the Baltic Sea, we have the winters and we have the rains and we have difficulties. So the dilemmas is like no artificial turf, less possibilities for kids to be active outdoors, especially in densely populated areas all year round. And then we have the EU ban on rubber granulate infills by 2031. What we're doing in Västerås is using artificial turf where we need to, but in an environmentally friendly way. We use signs like these to teach the visitors on how to minimize the spread of rubber infill. Doesn't really work. We use capture traps for water that collects rubber infill. That's seen on the sign as well. We make sure that the plowed snow stays on the soccer field. We clean and reuse the infill. And we have an updated action plan on how, where, and when to use artificial turf. And we keep testing non-plastic infills. We really appreciate the collaboration that we have within this community, where we take important steps to reach the global goals. This photo was taken in August of this year at one of our preschools in Västerås, when they celebrated that they now are a certified green flag school, a preschool, which is part of the Eco Schools. That's one of the largest global sustainable schools program. They were harvesting and eating the corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and other vegetables the children had grown. And being a farmer myself, and a biogas producer, I think teaching children about the magic of photosynthesis and the biological cycle is the foundation to reach a sustainable world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Yes, the artificial turf is something I haven't been thinking about, but actually it's a huge problem because the water and the rain and all these things, and how to handle that's an issue. Okay, and we have one more politician. We have Viestor Sebs, he is the head of the chairman of the Environmental Council of Riga. Riga is one of our project partners since many, many years. And we are very, very proud that after the first Nonha City project has been started by Stockholm in the leadership of the project was handed over to Riga. So Riga took not only the messages of the project, but also was ready for the leadership to show that this is a really important project, and the political side of the city was also convinced about. And I wanted to ask you, Viestos, the chemical action plan that has been introduced long years ago through the Nonha City project to Riga, what are your experiences with it that has been a really high-level commitment, and how is it implemented? How are your experiences with raising awareness on it within the city, from the political level down to the administration? Jesters.
Hello, hello everyone. Yes, indeed, I'm coming from Riga, and it's always a pleasure to be here in Tallinn. I remember that last time we visited Tallinn, exactly Tallinn port, because I used to lead also Riga Freeport. So you have always constructions here, like always. And today I was also considering, is this construction so green as you say? You know. Anyway, in Riga City Council we have only one mayor and only two deputy mayors. In this sense, we are a little bit behind our partners, but anyway. Yes, indeed. Actually, thanks to this community, thanks to the projects of non-hazardous cities, we have came to our called Riga Chemical Action Plan. And at the first, when you hear like chemical action plan, what could that mean? Yeah, but at the end, when you go through this plan, we have a set of activities which actually reduce the chemicals into our daily lives. And in this sense, so how do I switch them? Yes. And pretty much our message or our story is relatively similar actually to the colleagues previously. Of course, we implement these actions a little bit more differently. For example, we have started with the campaigns. With the procurement procedures in Latvia or in Riga, let's say, we have a general rule or general law on the procurement, which introduces certain items like green procurement and something like that. And then we have so-called local regulations in a municipality level where we can, let's say, restrict or endorse certain solutions. And then we have third level, we call it job tasks or technical specification, where we can write properly. This material cannot be used, that material cannot be used. That's what we do from the procurement side. And it's always easier to write on paper than do by yourselves. When we started to reduce in Riga City Council the so-called plastic items and actually also glass items, and we went from the bottled water to tap water, it seemed as a very good idea at the initial stage, but actually for each individual person, it was a little bit kind of uncomfortable. And for example, when we started to reduce our printing kind of stuff, meaning that I like them, you know, but we simply brought printers into the corridors or the halls. They are not anymore in the cabinets. And it dramatically reduces how much paper actually you consume or you use daily. Yeah? So we started from the side where we introduced certain aspects in the regulatory framework, and of course it goes together with a set of campaigns, actually where we try to train, to educate, to encourage. Yeah? And actually, out of the scope probably of this action plan, for example, like this year, we work very closely with the involved partners like waste management companies, and we use them as a partners to organize common campaigns. Yeah? For example, this Christmas that are coming, we launched a campaign where people are encouraged. I know that's hard, not to buy so much, yeah, because when you buy a lot, you create a lot of recyclable, hopefully, waste. Yeah, and of course we try to use in our daily lives these principles of circular economy and stuff like that, because it's easier to start with yourself and tell that it's normal than to ask from the others. Actually, we have now a little bit extended the scope of this chemical action plan, because the deadline of it comes to an end, and we actually are integrating certain aspects in the so-called circular economy action plan that's now under the elaboration. Yeah? And of course, there are foreseen campaigns in the nearest future. Also in Riga, we have learned a lot from the first and the second phase of non-hazard city project. We have managed to elaborate a set of materials that are used in our kindergartens and in our schools. Yeah? We has not yet made them obligatory for everyone to know by heart, but we try to work with also the younger generation actually to train and educate them towards the greener, let's say, thinking, or towards less dangerous, the use of less dangerous stuff into the daily lives. Of course, there are always a place for further work, and now getting down to so-called more proper pilot projects. Actually, we are holding a huge ambition, or at least we are expecting a huge result out of one of our pilot projects. We have found a dedicated place in Riga, in a, let's say, in a certain area where we will be refurbishing so-called social house, and we will be renovating it as a let's say, modern building with modern materials, with no plastic, with no chemicals, with the solar panels, with the greening, like growing solutions, and so on and so on. And why it is so, let's say, interesting from our perspective in Riga, because in Riga, when we talk about improvement of certain area that's already there for, I don't know, 50 years, then we usually have a lot of, let's say, bureaucratic stuff, how we can manage to improve that. For example, we have different ownership rights, we have different histories, we have so-called red lines and green lines and whatsoever. There are communications under, and so on and so on. So it takes a lot of bureaucracy actually to start. But now we are already at the stage where we can start to build this new building, and we hope that there will be something to show to you in 2 years, actually. Yeah? So I hope that we will be able to invite you there and tell that Riga is also very green city, All right, and that's it from my side. Thank you very much for the attention, and
thank you very much, Distors. One more chair left for you. Okay, then let's go into a little discussion. All of you said that you bring through some ideas on the policy level, and it's not so easy. And my first question to you is, how many deputy mayors you have? That Hamburg has only one deputy mayor, but 170 pages procurement rules. So there are little differences in...
But there are 11 ministers.
11 senators, 11 ministers. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, so maybe the ministers and the deputy mayors. Okay, but you are not ruling the city governments alone as environmental persons. You are always, or in most cases, in a coalition, and not all political parties and political ambitions are always green. Maybe they get a bit greener, but I think there is a lot of resistance at political level against green goals, because there is this myth that it's against economic growth. And it's all these guys who want to forbid to eat meat and such things. So how do you experience political resistance when thinking about green governance, about, let's say, green public procurement, green strategies, be it the plastic reduction, be it the green events, the chemical action plan, the procurement? How do you experience political resistance? What's the point, the painful point? Vicky?
We had the election last year, and after the results were presented, we tried to form a majority And we did it with a group of 3 other parties that had not been cooperating before. But in the discussions before we decided that we want to run the city, my party, we put in a lot of issues about environmental issues. If we want to form this majority, we need to do this and that, and I think that is you need to have the agreement when you go into a coalition that we should have a fossil-free organization by 2030, and we had some other more solar panels on the municipality roofs, and looking on how to use the environment in when we plan, and so I think that's the key issue. You need to be very focused when you are discussing and when you set up the policy for the next period.
Is that your experience too, Jens?
Well,
You're from a Green Party, and they tend to be the smaller guys with the big guys in the coalition. We always want that you do more environmental policy from the environmental organizations. How do you experience this political resistance?
Well, we have had coalitions with the Social Democrats and with the Christian Democrats, and from the ecological view of point, it's no big difference. Well, in Germany, we have the lucky situation. Everybody is saying, yes, we are very much for ecological standards and we want to save the climate, of course. But when you are talking about let's do something, I mean, suddenly it's a totally different story. And as long as it's the question about, well, increasing renewable energies somewhere else, I mean, that's very fine. But now we are getting in the situation, well, in what kind of house are you living? What kind of car are you driving? Are you driving a car? Or why don't you use public transport? What do you do in your vacation? As you said, what are you eating? Well, then, if it's very close to the people, I mean, the more resentful parties have a very easy game to arouse public resistance very much. That we just experienced that with our legislation on the national level when we wanted to replace a simple principle. If your heating system is broken and you need to buy a new one, you need to have a new system with 65% renewable energy. I mean, that's a very sensible thing. And in the end, we had a discussion about, well, democracy, about ecological dictatorship. We are ruining the house owners. And so that's a very complicated thing. And I'm very, very, well, I look at the more northern states, countries like Sweden or Denmark, who have a long tradition. You started long ago. I mean, then you have very small steps, and that's very easy. Looking at climate change, I mean, we don't have much time. I mean, we need in Germany to save CO2 emissions in the next 7 years. We needed 20 years before to gain that. So you need more radical steps, and the more radical they are at ruling things, then the resistance gets very, very high and very, very strong. And then then the parties are. Well, that's very biased because I'm a Green Party member. But then, in the end, the Green Party stands alone when it's really getting tough.
Okay. How is that in Estonia? Is there consensus? There was a consensus to ban the plastics, to make the events green. No resistance. Everybody voted for it. It's in the law and it's done. Everybody's a bit shocked, but that's it. You are not having big quarrels in the newspaper about that you are defeating democracy and green terrorism or something?
Well, luckily, the kind of resistance has been in opposition for a while. So the coalitions have been more for it and to take more steps. I would say that on a coalition level, both in the city but also on the national level, the question and the discussion has always been more about the ambition and the time frame. So that has been something that's been under the discussion, but at the same time, Luckily, both of the coalitions in the state and the city have understood that the steps need to be taken. And luckily for me, we have the Green Capital Year, so it has been a good excuse to kind of bring out whenever we have a discussion about how ambitious we should be. Then if you point out that, well, we're the green capital, so maybe we should more ambitious than less ambitious, and usually that argument has won.
So the green capital, to be a green capital or to become a green capital, this is a very important policy tool.
Yes, well, I think that one of the things that this year has brought us has been the kind of the boost for change.
Okay.
I have always taken this year as not a prize for what we have done, but as a challenge to tackle and an opportunity to make bigger leaps towards a greener future. So this has been a year of policy changes, and the policy change that I presented, which is about banning single-use dishes and cutlery on all public events. Of course, it found some resistance, and of course the private sector, especially the companies organizing the events, they were a bit kind of baffled, and we're like, no, maybe it's not really possible. Mm-hmm. But through communication, discussion, and good examples, you actually can make the change happen quicker instead of making it a very long process.
Yeah, thank you. Justus, this is the reason for Riga to become a green capital. So what do you think Riga has to do for it when you hear about these ambitions from Tallinn, and now Vilnius is the next green capital? So,
let's say from the perspective of political opposition, generally there is no big opposition among the political parties. We used to have a so-called party of Greens and farmers. They are not green and they are not farmers, but anyway, they used to call themselves.
I have been living 20 years in Latvia, and I tried to find the Green at the Green Party in Latvia. Yes.
But anyways, for us, it's sometimes the stick, not the carrot, that works. And if we have a Green Deal, if we have all these targets that needs to be reached, it's obvious that Riga is the main player in that area, because Riga holds, let's say, or the Riga broader area holds, of course, 70% of GDP, as well as, let's say, 60% of inhabitants. Yeah? So we need to be ambitious there, and if Riga does not perform, it means that Latvia does not perform in that sense. And we tend to use so-called sticks. So we introduce like stricter regulations in the festivals, in the certain areas of the public gatherings. We simply introduce the regulation where you should use this not plastic, but disposable or the depositable items. And opposition comes not from community or people, but from the companies, because at a certain moment or a short period, it's a little bit harder, it's a little bit more expensive, and so on and so on. And if we talk, for example, about the heating systems, of course, we would like to be green and make everything, solar panel or wind turbine, yeah. But we have people who would like to see wind turbine not near their house, not even near in a 30 miles or 30 kilometers, And that's where we struggle a little bit, because for municipal politicians, our main voters are living like right next to us, and if we say that, hey, your old school heating system should be changed, we should provide some carrot, not a stick.
Yeah.
In that sense.
This point about restrictions. I mean, in Sweden and in Germany, old democracy, this is a little bit no-go, right? To set a restriction, the stick, and to ban something. Vicky,
I think
democratic Sweden.
I think you need, there's a big discussion about windmills in Sweden as well, but I think you need to have the residents to benefit. If they co-own it, then everything gets more. If the money comes back to the community, it's more interesting. And also, if you do investments that is good for the people and the nature, and you have less energy use. Like we have changed. Last year or this year actually, we had extra funding for changing all the running tracks, or the lights on the running tracks to LED lights, which is better for the insects, better for the animals, because the light is going down on the actual track where the people are running, so it's more safe for the people. We also put an extra, so it feels safer when you run or walk. We use 1/3 of the energy, and so we save a lot of money by doing this investment, and it's win-win in every stage. And of course, we are in the middle of a climate crisis, and we need to talk about it, even though the world is focusing on wars and the costs of things. But we need to stand out and also use the nature, the nature's gifts to change, to be a part of the climate change. Me, as a farmer, we had a drought in the beginning of the summer. We had floodings. This year has been the worst for a long period of time, and we need to produce good food, we need to produce green energy, and we need to cooperate with the cities and the land, and use the forest in a sustainable way. So I think we need to cooperate, and we need to have a zero emission pig production. That's the company, my company, that's what we're aiming for. We produce the biogas from the manure. We use the sustainability in the housing of the animals, so and in a good way. So we need to include people and to get people to understand more about the issue.
Okay, yeah. So that's a long political wording about heat production and farms and so on. On my question, democracy and restrictions. So you would more talk and convince rather than restrict. Well,
directly. We need to do both, but we need to use, as you said, more carrots than sticks.
So you use more carrots than sticks.
We also use
carrots. As you said,
do not
no
misinterpret it. It's not that we are kind
that
of
goes to the
strictly...
No carrots in Riga. Jens, what about the sticks, the restrictions in Hamburg? I mean, I can very, very openly tell, I would wish very often that more straight just forbid something like these Estonians do. No plastic, boom. But it's not so easy.
Well, first the carrots and then the stick.
Okay.
I mean, we had the legislation that was killed on the national level, the heating system. We had it in our legislation, and we said, well, from the next year on, you get lots of public funding if you are doing something for the environment, for the climate, by introducing a good heating system, and you have 5 years, you will get lots of money. And when those 5 years are over, I mean, it's obligatory, it's mandatory, and then you have to pay it for your own. And I think something like that will give the people to get used to it. I mean, the ones who are willing are the front runners. People suddenly see, oh, it's possible. Well, we have the really strange situation in Germany. What we are not knowing, what we are not doing, I mean, we always say it's not possible. You know, like... there are countries who have 90% of the heating systems by heat pumps, and our debate was, well, it's not possible. I mean, that's a strange technology. That can't work. It can't work. And so, but on the other hand, and I think the really thing that worries me. I mean, we have this tendency in Europe that you have right-wing populist parties getting very strong. They are usually the ones who are very critically about democratic structure, democratic states, and they are always the ones who are denying climate change. And they are the ones who make the system get... well, it doesn't work. I mean, you need a lot of trust of the people, and that's their point. I mean, And if you have a coalition with 5 partners, I mean, nobody understands what's in the coalition treaty because they are so complicated negotiations. That's very complicated. And so, but in the end, I think you need really both. I mean, we have lost too much time by climate change. I mean, we need to be, we need in 7 years to have gone the big way already. And if we don't make it, there are some tendencies you can stop. And if you can't reach it by that time, by discussing, by convincing, I mean, you need things like that. And we are maybe not as strict as you would like, Heidrun, but we were the first city in Germany who decided, well, if you build a house, it's mandatory to have a solar panel on your house. We are the only ones so far. If you repair your roof, you need to check, is it possible to introduce solar energy? We have climate change protection in our constitution, and it's in the most public interest in our constitution. Well, to build the infrastructure for what you need, the electricity grid and whatever, the windmills and other things. But in the end, I mean, we live in a democracy. I mean, people can decide, people can vote, and so just going with legislation won't work. So you need a combination, and you need to explain. Even if you have a strong legislation with rules and with forbidding things, you need still to explain it, and you still need to convince people that it's right.
Yeah. Do you also explain in Estonia, or you just do?
Yes, well, you have to explain. When talking about the carrots and the sticks, then quite often I would say that something that might look like a stick from further away is actually a carrot if you get closer to it. And a good example with the same events we had this summer, the people might have thought that it's a weird new system, something that's kind of made mandatory suddenly. But what they gain from it in the end is the cleaner environment, not in a global sense, but very local, very present sense. Because all the other mass events happening before, they were used to that the grounds were covered in plastic waste. Suddenly, it was clean. You had grass, you had a clean environment around you. But something that I was told when I came to politics in the very beginning was that if you have a message, you have to have it on repeat, on repeat. Because once you yourself feel sick about talking about the same thing, because you've said the same thing for 100 times, 200 times, 300 times, there are still people who haven't heard your message. And that is the responsibility, I would say, of the politicians and of the kind of the managing and administrative level of a municipality or a government to kind of get the message out as well. What we saw in very practical way, for example, with the companies this summer, was that they thought that taking the single use out and putting the reusable in was just the same process, and you just exchanged them. But we had to talk it through with them for them to understand that the process has to change.
Yeah.
That it's not just exchanging one item against another, but you have to rethink the whole process through. And in the end, it becomes easier for them. They also have less waste. And of course, maybe in the beginning, in the kind of the first year or maybe the first 2 years, you might have some unexpected expenses. But in the end, if you have less waste to deal with, you don't have to pay for that. And you have a good system. And I have a belief in the companies as well. They usually tend to find ways to make things efficient and economically efficient as well. And if once we've implemented the reusable system, they will find a way how to make sure that that is also economically feasible for them.
Yeah, that was actually my next point I wanted to go on. Business, companies, usually or very often is seen as the opponents to environmental policy implementation. You don't see it like that. You see the innovation potential, say, okay, we do the goal change, we shift to the sustainability ambition, and yes, we will not have the plastics anymore, the single-use plastic at our events, and business will comply with it. in a
You
very
have
natural way.
You have to do it in cooperation with them. It's coming back to the same communication. You have to have them involved. You can't, like, the city can't do innovation or green transition or make circular economy happen without the private sector, without the companies. You have to have them involved. Of course, there are times when you have to have regulations, you kind of have to have the stick as well, but nothing will happen just by making the rule. We can make all sorts of rules, but to make them follow it, you have to kind of sometimes take their hands and kind of guide them through the process as well.
Sounds very simple. Is it that simple?
Well, I'm really inspired because we're going to have a big Swedish championships of 27 different sports in Västerås. We're hosting that this summer. And my thought all the time was the sustainability, to reduce the amount of waste. And I think we will be in contact with that.
We will watch you because we have
Yes.
this fantastic Baltiplast project.
Yes.
And we will look at it if you manage.
But also, I think you need, like on the national level, a few years ago, plastic bags were banned in Sweden. And then the new government that is in now, they took that away. So now it's allowed with plastic bags.
Ouch.
Countries like Rwanda, they banned plastic bags in 2009. Kenya banned it 2018. And we, as a rich country, is taking plastic bags back. It's just, it doesn't make sense at all.
That's not a nice media
No, not at all. And
news.
we're not
from
in
Sweden.
power.
From Sweden, we would never
and we're not in
expect
power
that.
on the national level. So, but we need to always discuss this, and also to see look at the private companies' development, because many companies they're more sustainable than many of the municipalities, and we need to address them and cooperate with them. 25 years ago, I had my first child, and going into at the hospital, we were taught how to use cloth diapers. Not anymore. That disappeared a long time ago. My dream would be like our kindergartens would use cloth diapers in a modern way, which will help the kids to get out of diapers a lot earlier and would reduce waste. But you need to have the people that work with the children, and you need to have the parents to come along. So I would love to have a pilot project on how to reduce plastic at kindergartens, just like Stockholm had reduced in the elderly home.
Yes.
So I think we need to
new project idea. You tell to Olaf, and Olaf tells to me, and I write the proposal. Exactly. Yes. Thank you very much. That was the business idea. But Viesturs, you said something. What I was listening with big ears, that you would promote in this year before Christmas to people to consume less. This is something which goes very close to the persons to talk about lifestyle and consumption. It's a bit a no-go in Germany, and come again now these green terrorists who want to forbid and who want to teach me what to do and not to do. Are you really, as the city, as the municipality of Riga, advising people to buy less, to consume less?
Yes, sometimes we do that, you know.
Okay.
But no, this is one of the campaigns actually run by waste management companies, and we are a close partner with that company. Actually, we own that company, so in a sense, actually, yes, we will encourage in a certain way probably to think twice when you purchase plastic kind of, I don't know, small items which will be thrown out anyway. Maybe think about, I don't know, stuff that you could use or reuse. This is partly, you know, the process of so-called, informing the society that actually we are creating so much
by our lifestyle, exactly.
Yeah, but this is also very complicated because, as you know, when we talk about change, everyone likes the change, but when you ask what have you changed exactly in your kind of small community, then no one answers, and it's very, very, very hard from that perspective. But also from the business side, I would add that nowadays it's not so big kind of fight in that sense. The companies that are relatively large, they understand and they co-invest.
Yes.
Co-invest back, and what we encourage actually to try to make new business opportunities, actually in creating new materials, in reducing processes, and something like that. So it's closely related also to the innovation.
Yeah. Jens, do you imagine what will be in the news in Hamburg when you make a press release and say, buy less at Christmas and don't buy so much place?
Well, I don't have to speculate. I mean, the very mighty weapon against the Green Party is, they ban everything what makes life livable, And the first thing when that came up was our proposal to have a veggie day in official canteens.
I remember that, yes.
That was a simple proposal.
Cool.
I mean, on a mandatory level, a restaurant in public use should, on a mandatory thing, one day in the week, only vegetarian meals. That was the core of, this party is going to ruin our life, will ban everything what makes life livable, And that's the same story that comes again and again and again when you do that. But in the end, I think you have to do it. Of course, we can, some ecological things pay for themselves, Sometimes it's enough to be efficient, to save resources, but very often in the market, the prices don't tell the ecological truth.
Yes.
And then, the market forces don't work. And if you have to change that. And if you do it by changing the prices or by banning things, the process behind that is not very far away. And so in the end, everybody of us has to think about if less is not more of quality, more of future. But that's really very, very dangerous to give the people the impression that is their own life will be decided somewhere on the green table in some city hall or some ministry. So, but if we are really honest to ourselves, I think we have to talk about our lifestyle, and we need some bans are not bad. Society works by bans. You are not allowed to hit other people. You are forced to stop at a red light in the traffic. You are obliged not to do things, and so why shouldn't it be possible to ban some products like heating systems run by fossil energy? If you need it to get the results, we need to get them soon.
Yeah.
But it's a very complicated situation. In some countries it works better, in other it doesn't work really good. In Germany, it's really a tough question talking about bans. And talking about lifestyle. People are really, at the moment, we have really a rollback, like where you have to justify why you're doing anything about climate change. After this heating system debate we had. So people, when times get economically harder, people are very, very sensitive if their own house, their own car, their own living, their own decisions are at stake, and it's not about the bad industry or the bad whoever.
Yeah, so Germany at the moment on a rollback, and you said also some green events and more vegetarian and maybe even vegan. We practiced yesterday in our fantastic hotel a vegan dinner for everybody. I think nobody was hungry afterwards. It was excellent. But watch out, Josep, if you want to make a decision about a veggie day per week in the public canteens, learn from Germany. There could be a tiny little difficulty in the public observation. Okay, I thank you very much. There was no room for questions from the audience. I always look at you guys because you are so convincing. I think what I have learned from talking to you is that you are advanced politicians with a clear vision. And I think you are very, very well aware of the society, the business, and the rules and the legislation. And what I also learned is that we need to invest more and more into people who help you to explain. We need to be on the dialogue constantly with the business, with the society, and we need to strive for more stringent rules, because by itself we will not reach the climate goals and the sustainability goals. We all know that. We sometimes are a bit shy in putting too strict rules, but we need to learn to pack them into the understandable package of the social and economic advantage. In this sense, I wish you good luck with your political decisions. I'm very happy that I will follow them. And let's see if we will be invited to Vilnius next year to look at the new developments. Now, thank you very much. Now it's the candy call. Where is the candy bag? The candy call. I would like to thank you very much for being here and to give you some nice Estonian candies for you yourself.
Thank you.
So I hope you still don't have them and enjoy them. Jens,
Thank you.
from the Estonian box.
Well, candies just Christmas before the day.
Yes, candies are always good. Thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you for compliments.
So,
At Christmas time, you have to fight hard not to get fat, you know. Now we got candies.
so big applause for our policy makers, policy decision makers. We will watch you, and we will watch your progress in procurement and governance. Thanks for being here. And you may leave the stage. I have still to announce the next step in the program. And as we already learned, promotion and making noise is very important about good things, about new ideas. And that's why you may now participate in a unique happening. We would like to launch the Non-Has City Building Policy Award. It's not the award about construction. It's not the award about the perfect new kindergarten. No, it's the policy, the policy setting behind which we as the Non-Has City Consortium, dealing with tox-free, circular and climate neutral building and building material, would like to launch today. It's not the moment when somebody gets an award. No, it's the moment we want to announce the award. So you all can participate in the announcement. And in 2 years, at the final conference in Riga, we will then give the award. So Viesturs, maybe you will have a chance to be the one who hands over the awards, the golden medal or something, medal or something. So now I would like to ask Josep again, you have to come back on stage. And I would like to ask Alexandra Wandel from the World Future Council from Hamburg to tell us more about policy awards. Thank you.
Okay, you go first.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as green capital of Europe, the city of Tallinn is at the forefront of promoting climate neutrality, circularity, and toxic-free environments. Today, we are pleased to launch the Non-Has City Building Award, Policies for a Tox-Free, Circular, and Climate-Neutral Environment. The Non-Has City Building Award is the first policy prize recognizing best policies in construction in the Baltic region at national, regional, or local level. This award aims to highlight policies protecting people and the environment from hazardous chemicals in buildings. By doing so, we are able to integrate material circulation, safety, and climate neutrality. The aim of the award is to inspire citizens, decision makers, and businesses and to showcase innovative solutions. We express thanks to the World Future Council, who coordinates and bestows the award. Chemicals are put into construction materials for many reasons, be it time management, quality, or even sustainability. To support future reuse, construction materials should be low in harmful substances, and the recycler should know about their content. However, construction sector uses many hazardous chemicals. Particularly problematic are those that end up in our environment, that cause air and water pollution and accumulate in our bodies. There are enormous costs associated with unsound management of chemicals and waste. Millions of lives are heavily affected, and over 100 billion euros are spent on healthcare due to exposure to chemicals in the EU each year. While solutions exist, more ambitious worldwide actions by all stakeholders are urgently required. With the Non-Haz City Building Award, we also want to make a contribution to the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Addressing chemicals and waste is a key factor for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals, needed to ensure good health and well-being for all, to advance responsible consumption and production, and safeguard clean water and sanitation. We cannot have sustainable cities and communities without sustainable construction. And only by helping the construction sector to improve its performance in terms of chemical emissions can we protect life below water. In Northern Europe, at least 1/3 of our energy consumption is related to the housing sector, which means sustainable construction plays also an important role in us being able to afford clean energy and take direct climate action. While there are innovative and scalable solutions in the construction sector, we need bold decisions to change our old ways. This is why applying sustainable public procurement to construction projects is one of the most impactful roles of government entities in addressing these problems. In moving forward, it is absolutely critical that the sound management of chemicals and waste is strengthened in the construction sector. Inclusive, effective, inspiring, and innovative are just a few words that should describe every future law and policy to protect future generations and contribute to the 2030 agenda. I now would like to hand over to Ms. Alexandra Wandel, Chair of the Management Board of the World Future Council, to announce the call for nominations of the award. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Joseph Film, for this very kind introduction. And the World Future Council is very pleased to convene the award and to announce the call for nomination. So who is behind the World Future Council on the Policy Award? It was actually Jakob von Uexküll, who is a Swedish-German philanthropist who created first the Right Livelihood Award, which is also known as the Alternative Nobel Award, and who after many years of giving the award realized that the challenges of humanity were so big that it needed an additional organization and another award, so the World Future Council was created in order to place the interests of future generations at the center of policy making, and also to create a policy award, because policies can be real power tools for change. They can really impact the lives of millions and millions of people, and cities and municipalities, of course, can play a key role in that. And so we were very pleased to be invited by the Baltic Environment Forum, Hadron Famler, to join the Non-Haz City project to see what is possible also in the Baltic region. How can we create now also policies or award policies that are contributing to non-hazardous, circular and climate neutral buildings and construction. So we're very pleased about the collaboration and to launch today the Non-Haz City Building Award, which is targeting the Baltic Sea region. And we are very pleased also to partner with the City of Tallinn to celebrate them the award at Riga City Council and to work with all of our partners in the project. So we have in the past, we've been also asked to organize the award, because we in the World Future Council have since 2010, we have awarded policies with our award. We have partnered with 14 different UN agencies, and the Interparliamentary Union, and we have found amazing examples from all over the world that prove we don't always have to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from each other. There are positive examples from around the world, be at the national level, the regional level, or the local level. And you see here examples of past ceremonies we have held at the United Nations Biodiversity Conference, or last year we had also the focus on protection from hazardous chemicals. And we have heard beforehand already, we have awarded, for instance, at the national level, we awarded, when it comes to food security issues, we awarded a gold award, for instance, the first state in the world, Sikkim, that has entirely banned the use of pesticides. Or we gave a silver award to the Organic Action Plan of Denmark, and there the city of Copenhagen has succeeded in providing kindergartens and schools with 90% of organic products. And that is also an example that is inspiring and that is spreading now all over Europe. So that is also why we are now so eager to work together with you to launch today the call for nominations. So the call for nominations for the Non-Has City Building Award, Future Policies for the Baltic Sea Region. What are we looking for? You're all invited to nominate if you know any kind of exemplary policy or a law or a legal framework that is helping to create tox-free, circular or climate-neutral building environments that are also, it could be encompass existing buildings, it could be for new buildings, it could be for refurbishments or for extensions. But they should have some deliverable improvements or show some policy progress, and also be replicable under circumstances, similar circumstances. Because the whole idea of the award is we want to provide inspiration, that good examples exist and we can learn from each other. As we already have heard this morning, we had many positive examples, and we could see, for instance, just to mention again, I remember very well the positive example of the city of Tallinn now being the green capital of Europe, succeeding in reducing waste by 50%. If we would spread that all over the Baltic region or even in Europe, it would be an amazing contribution. So that's why we want to invite you, and the nominators should consider, is the policy really non-toxic? So does it include knowledge about chemicals or the composition of construction materials? Or does it include smart procurement, or are there standards or policies that are protecting the environment or the human health from toxic substances? Then, when it comes to circular, is there policy incentivizing a smart use of existing structures? Or is there a certain kind of long-term flexibility or future circularity? And when it comes to climate neutrality, are carbon-positive construction materials used from the region? So these are some of the criteria you can consider. And please, we have now a nomination form which you can find as of now on our website, Think Before EU, and then you find the Non-Has City Building Award. You click there, and then you can submit your nomination. Also, Mrs. Mekinashke is here in the room, and you can approach her and me in case you have any questions. We look forward to your nomination. Anyone can nominate up to 3 policies or acts. It might be an ordinance, it might be an action plan from your region or from your municipality, or maybe even your country is exemplary. What is the award process? The award process that now we are very eager to receive your nomination. Until summer, we will be, of course, also reaching out to see that we can get enough nominations from all the countries from the Baltic region so that we have a good variety of policies. Then our research team will look into the policies. Does it really meet the 3 criteria? Non-toxic, circular, climate neutral. Is it really implemented as well? Are there some empirical data available? And then we will, of course, form a jury of experts from the region. And the jury will then select the top finalists that we will present to you and to the media, and they will also then select the winners. And we then very much look forward to the award ceremony. and to others, then learning from each other, because we want to inspire and to make sure the policies or elements of the policies are spreading. So we are looking forward to the final event then also in Riga in 2025. And we are, of course, very happy to have all of the supporting partners of the Non-City 3 project and the support of the European Union with the Interreg Baltic Sea Region Non-City 3 project. And with that, again, a final call. Please get in touch with you. Think about the positive examples you know from your local region or your country. We very much look forward to getting your nomination and then to have a wonderful award ceremony. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I think you also get a candy. Somewhere should be a candy in the candy box.
That's
I
so
hope
nice.
so. The chocolates.
Thank you.
Somewhere the candy will be coming. Okay, so the Non-City Building Award. There is the candy coming. Yes. Thank you very much, Alexander, for your efforts. Thank you very much. The candy. Okay, so I hope you have learned something. I hope you have enjoyed something. This was about green governance, about procurement at administration level, at policy level. We will have a lunch break now, and after the lunch, there will be here in this room the next part of the day, the seminar, going a little bit more into details of the procurement. We will have a session where we are looking at how to judge, how to monitor how green is our green procurement, and how to calculate the CO2 emission savings, the impact of it. And then we will look even more detailed into the chemicals aspect of procurement by labels and by certifications. We will ask ourselves, or we have experts who can answer the question about, do such policy instruments which you policymakers are putting into legislation, such as building standards and certificates, or such as these famous eco-labels which we heard about, are they really providing the tool? Are they really getting the hazardous substances out of materials which we use? And are they really bringing this effect which we want them to bring? So this is the question which we ask ourselves in our projects. We have invited project people and external people to answer them to us and to discuss with you. It will be a little bit more interactive if such a large group can be interactive. So please be with us here until 17:30 tonight. So now we have a lunch break. I think the lunch break is 45 minutes? 1 hour, okay. So it's so until 14:15. So 1 hour, and there should be some lunch served for you. I hope, of course, without any plastic, and I hope it is vegan and vegetarian and has no environmental footprint.